en las próximas horas y que, bueno, en medio de todo este revuelo mediático, pues está recibiendo al príncipe heredero de Arabia Saudí. Arabia, que tiene mucho peso en lo que está pasando en la Premier. Hay muchas quejas también por parte de España. Antonio, te quiero preguntar por esto. No sé si esta propuesta, no sé si este anchoring es la solución, pero también te quiero decir hasta dónde puede llegar esta especie de monopolio que vemos de la Premier. Los derechos de televisión no tienen nada que ver con los derechos en España. Se están llevando las principales estrellas, ya no solo de la Liga Española, también de la portuguesa, de la alemana. Si no es con este anchoring, ¿cómo se puede poner un límite al monopolio, ¿no? A la primacía que tiene la Premier en cuanto al resto de ligas europeas?
Bueno, a ver, es una gran pregunta. Por supuesto que si esta medida sale adelante, lo que va a pasar es que el valor de la Premier en cuanto a las estrellas y a los activos que van a estar jugando la competición va a caer. Y si el valor cae, cuando vayan a negociar con los operadores y saquen los paquetes, obviamente van a cobrar menos de derechos televisivos. Y va a ser una buena oportunidad para que otros mercados como nosotros, como nuestra liga, pues pueda incrementar el valor y recibir más. Al final esto va a estar conectado. Si sale adelante, obviamente todos los clubes que no están bajo estos límites, como puede ser el Real Madrid, Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, Bayern de Múnich, pero también clubes de Arabia, lo que van a hacer es buscar cómo traerse a esas estrellas cuyos contratos multimillonarios no se van a poder pagar en Reino Unido. Entonces, por supuesto, si esos clubes son capaces de traer a los mejores de la Premier a España, obviamente van a estar en posición de, cuando se haga esa venta centralizada, pues poder pedir más, ¿no?, a los operadores. Pero, por supuesto, esto es un elemento más. Otras formas para poder limitar que la Premier tenga ese monopolio, pues es complicado. Al final esto es oferta y demanda. Tienen un mercado súper consolidado, un producto que viene funcionando muy bien a nivel televisivo durante muchísimo tiempo, y es difícil poder destronar a este gran gigante a nivel televisivo y a nivel de derechos.
Hablando de esta propuesta, de este anchoring, te quiero preguntar, Antonio, ¿cuánto tiene que ver? A mí me recordaba de alguna forma este impuesto de lujo de la NBA. Aquí en España también tenemos un límite de gasto mucho más estricto. Además, con estas leyes, con estos movimientos de Javier Tebas, ¿a qué se equipara este anchoring? ¿A qué nos puede recordar si nos fijamos en otros deportes? Por ejemplo, también en la NFL, que esta semana ha estado también de actualidad aquí en España.
Claro, a ver, realmente no podemos comparar con nuestro sistema. O sea, aquí el problema de por qué surge esto es, nosotros en España tenemos un sistema que es muy rígido y que yo creo que es necesario, que se ha partido de un primer momento donde era muy estricto y poco a poco se han ido haciendo alteraciones para poder dar más juego a los clubes y analizar sus ingresos. Lo bueno de España es que se va controlando en vivo. Entonces, tú, por ejemplo, cuando estás en el último día de mercado y tienes que presentar la documentación a la liga, primero te miran números y luego te miran el resto de papeles. Entonces, ¿qué estaba pasando en la Premier? Que ese no era un control vivo, que era más bien un control a posteriori. Por eso ha nacido esto. ¿Qué ocurre? Que en mi opinión se han pasado de frenada. ¿Por qué? Porque quieren ir a un sistema, como has dicho, que se parece bastante al de ligas cerradas, como pueden ser las que tenemos en Estados Unidos. Pero claro, es que el sistema de ligas cerradas, donde no hay ascensos y descensos y donde prácticamente todo se regula en un convenio colectivo con el sindicato, pues obviamente es que estamos hablando de mundos diferentes. Y hay otro punto aquí, que es que estamos obviando un tema muy importante, y es que al final se están introduciendo restricciones a la competencia. Y eso va a ser muy difícil yo no creo que sinceramente salga adelante el anchoring, pero si sale adelante es prácticamente imposible que se pueda replicar en otros países.
Bueno, pues a la espera de ver qué pasa con la Premier, imaginamos a Tebas con su gato relamiéndose, veremos qué pasa, ¿no?, con esto en la Premier y también cómo afecta al resto de ligas europeas. Antonio, muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros. Un placer contar con vosotros por aquí. Muchísimas gracias. Muy buena tarde. Nosotros que seguimos pendientes de esta noticia que puede revolucionar el fútbol, atentos a la Casa Blanca también, muy pendientes de lo que suceda en la Moncloa, esperando hacer alguna pregunta a Sánchez o a Zelensky. Enseguida salimos de dudas, enseguida más información en Negocios Televisión.
No te preocupes demasiado por la vida, que nadie sale vivo de ella. La primera causa hoy de muerte es la depresión la tristeza. Más del 50% de la población tiene problemas mentales. ¿Pero qué estamos haciendo? Más del 80-90% de las preocupaciones de nuestra mente son cosas que no han pasado nunca ni pasarán. Hemos dejado de tocar, de abrazar. A un niño que no se le toca se muere. Entonces, todos buscamos amor.
Sí, pero yo no voy por la calle y solo veo esta imagen. Por la calle, andando.
El que diga que es positivo, miente. El 82% de la gente es pesimista. Porque tu mente está preparada para sobrevivir, no para vivir. Luego, lo primero que tienes que hacer en la vida es ser realistas con nosotros mismos. La primera característica de la gente que triunfa en la vida es el coeficiente optimismo.
¿Qué hacemos con los jóvenes? ¿Qué es la felicidad para ti, Luis?
Que era construir una compañía, me llegué a sentar con personas para pedirles dinero sin saber qué les daba yo.
Tuve que fracasar 4 veces hasta conseguirlo. 5 veces, 6 veces hasta conseguirlo.
Cuando estás arriba del todo con una euforia desmedida, no puedes pensar bien, la racionalidad no te viene porque estás como completamente emborrachado. Y cuando estás abajo del todo, tocando la depresión, tampoco puedes pensar, ¿no?
La ambición es un tema fundamental aquí. ¿Cuál es el límite? Cuando lo consigues, quieres algo más. Y quieres algo más. Y quieres algo más. ¿Cuándo paras?
Por lo tanto, los americanos dicen una cosa muy buena que es momentum más que suerte, ¿no? Y el momentum junta dos cosas. Obviamente que estés preparado, que tengas el equipo, que estés ahí en primera posición y luego que a veces los timings son muy importantes. Hay una pirámide que es la pirámide esa de necesidades básicas.
¿Crees que la ambición hace que nos separemos un poco de la gente de nuestro alrededor?
El estrés tiene una cosa positiva en mí, ¿no? Que es que al final es el motor que alimenta mi vida.
Si Vicio quebrase, ¿qué pasaría?
Muy buenas, sean bienvenidos de nuevo a Negocios Televisión, a esta segunda parte del Rolling Stock. Nosotros muy pendientes ahora del cierre del mercado de la bolsa europea, pero antes, imagen en directo, ustedes, después de haber visto ese saludo entre Donald Trump y el príncipe heredero de Arabia Saudí, que ha visitado la Casa Blanca, bueno, pues en los próximos minutos tendrá lugar esa rueda de prensa entre ambos mandatarios, al igual que estamos también a la espera de la rueda de prensa de esa comparecencia en el Palacio de la Moncloa entre el presidente de España, Pedro Sánchez, y su homólogo ucraniano, Zelensky, que ha visitado en el día de hoy nuestro país, que está visitándolo y que antes ha estado con el príncipe, con el rey, valga la redundancia, con el rey Felipe VI en la Zarzuela, en el Palacio de la Zarzuela. También ha estado esta mañana en el Congreso de los Diputados. Nosotros, que vamos a mirar antes de que comparezcan dichas personas, vamos a mirar a México, porque en el día de hoy la presidenta de México, Claudia Sheinbaum, ha rechazado de manera tajante la posibilidad de una intervención militar de los Estados Unidos de América en su territorio, incluyendo los ataques que el presidente Donald Trump sugirió para detener el flujo de drogas en el día de ayer. Sheinbaum ha afirmado que tal acción no va a ocurrir. Escuchen ustedes el momento de Claudia Sheinbaum.
No va a ocurrir. De hecho, después hubo una aclaración. Lo he mencionado muchas veces en las pláticas que he tenido con el presidente Trump, telefónicas. Él ha sugerido en varias ocasiones, o ha dicho, les ofrecemos una intervención militar de Estados Unidos en México, lo que necesiten para combatir a los grupos delictivos. Pero yo le he dicho en todas las ocasiones que podemos colaborar, que nos pueden ayudar con información que ellos tengan, pero que nosotros operamos en nuestro territorio, que nosotros no aceptamos una intervención de ningún gobierno extranjero. Se lo he dicho por teléfono, lo hemos dicho con el Departamento de Estado, con Marco Rubio, y ellos han entendido. Tan es así que el entendimiento que tenemos con ellos es de colaboración y de coordinación, y los primeros puntos queda muy claro: el respeto a la soberanía, el respeto a nuestra territorialidad, y que hay colaboración y coordinación sin subordinación. Eso ha quedado muy claro. Después sacaron un comunicado de que a menos que nosotros lo pidiéramos, ellos intervendrían y nosotros no lo vamos a pedir. Y no lo vamos a pedir porque nosotros no queremos intervenciones de ningún gobierno extranjero. Y hay colaboración y hay coordinación, pero ni hay subordinación ni podemos permitir una intervención. Ya lo dije la última vez que Estados Unidos vino a México, con una intervención se llevó la mitad del territorio. Entonces, no es que no se quiera un apoyo, sí, pero no con tropas extranjeras. Eso es otra cosa. Entonces, y vamos avanzando además.
Bueno, pues aparte de esas declaraciones de Claudia Sheinbaum diciendo de que no cree que Estados Unidos vaya a atacar a México por esos cárteles, esas drogas, esos narcoterroristas, como les califica el gobierno actual de la Casa Blanca, bueno, pues parece que Claudia Sheinbaum sigue apostando porque Donald Trump no va a mover ficha en ese aspecto hacia México y cree que puede haber un diálogo y una vía diplomática. Aparte de eso, nosotros contarles también otras noticias como, por ejemplo, miramos ahora el aspecto económico y empresarial, porque los gigantes tecnológicos Microsoft y Nvidia han forjado en el día de hoy una alianza estratégica masiva con Anthropic PBC, la creadora del modelo de lenguaje grande Claude. El acuerdo se centra en el escalado de modelo Claude IA en la nube Microsoft Azure, que estará impulsada por la infraestructura de Nvidia. Como parte central del trato, Anthropic se ha comprometido a una compra colosal de 30.000 millones de dólares en capacidad informática de Azure. Adicionalmente, se ha comprometido a contratar capacidad adicional de hasta 1 gigavatio. Esta colaboración, por lo tanto, convierte a Claude en el único LLM frontera disponible en los 3 servicios de la nube más importantes del mundo: Amazon Bedrock, Google Vertex AI y ahora Azure. Por lo tanto, bueno, pues la alianza también incluye importantes inversiones. Nvidia se compromete a invertir hasta 10.000 millones de dólares en Anthropic, mientras que Microsoft invertirá hasta 5.000 millones de dólares. Los clientes de Azure IA Foundry obtendrán acceso directo a los modelos Claude y Nvidia y colaborará por primera vez con Anthropic para optimizar sus modelos para arquitectura de chip, como los de la serie Greg Valewell y Vera Rubin. Por lo tanto, novedad en la inteligencia artificial: Microsoft, Nvidia y Anthropic anuncian una alianza de 45.000 millones que parece ser que será histórica. Bueno, pues aparte de eso, nosotros que vamos a mirar ahora al cierre europeo de la bolsa de los mercados de Europa, vamos a ver cómo han cerrado los principales índices bursátiles a esta hora de la tarde. Ya les puedo ir adelantando, por ejemplo, el índice Eurostoxx. Les puedo decir antes de eso que Europa ha cerrado a la baja en el día de hoy ante la persistencia de las preocupaciones sobre la inteligencia artificial que hay en todo el mundo. Las bolsas europeas, por lo tanto, han cerrado a la baja el martes ante la creciente cautela de los inversores por la persistente preocupación en torno a las acciones relacionadas con la inteligencia artificial. Además, se prevé que el sentimiento del mercado se vea fuertemente pues influenciado por los próximos informes de resultados también de la compañía Nvidia, que se publicará mañana, miércoles 19 de noviembre. Dado que el gigante tecnológico ha sido un motor clave para el auge del mercado impulsado por la inteligencia artificial. Vamos a ver, por ejemplo, el DAX, que cerraba la sesión con una caída importante del 1,64%, mientras que el K40 francés, bueno, pues perdía un 1,86%. El FTSE 100, bueno, pues eso sí, retrocedía un 1,27% al cierre. Eso el FTSE 100 de Reino Unido, y el Eurostoxx 50, bueno, pues que bajaba, eso sí, un 1,91%. Vamos a ver también al IBEX 35, cómo ha cerrado. Vamos a ver cómo se encontraba también en rojo, en 2,14, esa caída, ese retroceso, con un valor actual de 15.826 euros la acción. Aparte de eso, en el frente cambiario, pues el euro cerraba y cotizaba un 0,11% a la baja frente al dólar, situándose a 1,15 dólares hace escasos minutos, mientras que la libra esterlina, bueno, pues se situaba a 1,31 dólares con una bajada del 0,12%. Por lo tanto, como les decía, Europa que cierra en negativo este martes, con la vista puesta en el devenir de la inteligencia artificial y sobre todo en los datos que dé mañana la compañía Nvidia. Aparte de eso, vamos a contarle más novedades, más últimas horas relacionadas, por ejemplo, con el tema de Estados Unidos, las órdenes de fábrica en Estados Unidos, en dicho país que lidera el presidente Donald Trump. Bueno, pues ha mostrado un crecimiento en los últimos días y en las últimas horas del 1,4% en agosto en comparación con el mes anterior, alcanzando un total de 612.000 millones de dólares según el último informe de la Oficina del Censo. Este aumento estuvo impulsado principalmente por el sector de bienes duraderos manufactureros, que registró un sólido incremento del 2,9%. Sin embargo, las órdenes de bienes no duraderos cayeron ligeramente en un 0,1%. A pesar del aumento general de las órdenes, el informe muestra que los envíos, bueno, pues caían un 0,1%. En una señal de demanda futura, las órdenes pendientes de cumplir avanzaron un 0,6%, mientras tanto los inventarios se mantuvieron prácticamente sin cambio. Y del tema de las empresas, el tema de las fábricas, miramos ahora también a otro de los aspectos importantes en Estados Unidos, al tema de la construcción de vivienda, la confianza de los constructores de vivienda, bueno, unifamiliares nuevas en Estados Unidos, ha experimentado una mejora en el día de hoy por tercer mes consecutivo en noviembre, subiendo a 38 puntos según el índice de mercado de vivienda de la Asociación Nacional de Constructores de Vivienda y Wells Fargo. La mejora se atribuye, por lo tanto, principalmente a la bajada de las tasas hipotecarias en Estados Unidos, lo que impacta positivamente la asequibilidad de las viviendas. Sin embargo, bueno, pues la agencia ha advertido que muchos compradores siguen siendo cautelosos debido a factores macroeconómicos, incluyendo el reciente cierre del gobierno, la seguridad laboral y las persistentes preocupaciones por la inflación. El economista jefe de, como les decía, de la Asociación Nacional de Constructores de Vivienda, Robert Díez, señalaba, eso sí, ante los medios de comunicación, que sigue habiendo una debilidad en la demanda debido a un mercado laboral más suave y finanzas de los consumidores estiradas, a pesar de las caídas previstas en la construcción de viviendas unifamiliares en 2025. Por lo tanto, la Asociación Nacional de Constructores de Vivienda proyecta una ligera ganancia, eso sí, para el próximo año, para 2026. Aparte de eso, miramos a otro de los temas fundamentales en el día de hoy, esa caída que ha sufrido gran parte de Internet. Bueno, pues el gigante del servicio de Internet, Coolfaret, bueno, que ha anunciado en el día de hoy, hace varios minutos atrás, que ha logrado resolver una interrupción significativa que ha afectado a su red global a primera hora de este martes y que se ha dado a nivel internacional. El fallo de servicio generó una caída masiva de un gran número de sitios web y servicios en línea que dependen de su infraestructura. La compañía ha confirmado también ante los medios de comunicación que la solución se implementó con éxito y que el servicio de Internet se está restableciendo progresivamente en varios países. El equipo de Cloudflare ha indicado que seguirá monitoreando a partir del día de hoy y mañana también seguirá la estabilidad del sistema para asegurar que todos los servicios que controla hayan vuelto a la normalidad para los usuarios de todo el mundo. Aparte de eso, nosotros que les vamos a mostrar esas imágenes que están viendo ustedes en directo entre el príncipe heredero de Arabia Saudí y el presidente de los Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, donde, bueno, pues ahora mismo se encuentran en ese pasillo donde se recogen todos los presidentes de la historia del país de Estados Unidos. Seguramente le esté comentando Donald Trump algo relacionado con el resto del tema de los presidentes. Ahí vemos a algunos como Kennedy cerca de Donald Trump y otros presidentes. Seguramente que lleguen al momento de que lleguen al cuadro de Joe Biden, el predecesor de Donald Trump, y seguramente se sorprenda el príncipe heredero cuando vea que realmente no está la foto de Joe Biden, sino de un bolígrafo. Donald Trump, meses atrás, dijo que había cambiado esa imagen por lo que hacía Joe Biden, un bolígrafo. El líder demócrata, ex líder ya demócrata, bueno, pues así era calificado por el presidente Donald Trump. Un Donald Trump que va a hablar con el príncipe heredero de Arabia Saudí sobre acuerdos de defensa y cooperación militar. Se espera, por lo tanto, en el día de hoy la firma de importantes acuerdos en materia de defensa y seguridad, incluyendo posibles ventas de armamento avanzado de fabricación. Ahí estamos viendo lo que les decía, el bolígrafo, la imagen del cuadro de Joe Biden. Seguramente le habrá sorprendido al príncipe heredero. ¿Por qué no? A lo mejor le ha preguntado a Donald Trump que quién hace referencia. Mira, precisamente, estamos hablando, están llegando a ese punto. Donald Trump precisamente le estará explicando por qué salta de él, de su primera etapa, de esa imagen de presidiendo él, a un bolígrafo. Seguramente le explique por qué decidió cambiar la imagen de Joe Biden, el ex líder de los demócratas, por un bolígrafo. Bueno, pues imagen curiosa, sin duda alguna. Como les decía, en el día de hoy hablarán precisamente de las relaciones que tienen entre ambos países y sobre todo acuerdos de defensa y cooperación militar entre Estados Unidos y Arabia Saudí. Bueno, pues nosotros que vamos a dejarles ahora con el 3 y ala. Bueno, pues, pero antes vamos a hacer una pequeña pausa publicitaria.
La descentralización o la no dependencia de un ejecutor centralizado o la seguridad. Hay 4 tipos de blockchain. Por ejemplo, hay una blockchain pública, también conocida como sin permisos, que es aquella en la que cualquiera puede participar sin restricciones. Suele ser la más común en las criptomonedas. También hay blockchains privadas que permite a las organizaciones establecer controles sobre quién puede acceder a ella. Hay blockchains híbridas que combinan las características de las dos anteriores. Las organizaciones pueden establecer un sistema privado basado en permisos junto a uno público sin ellos. Y por último, también hay blockchains federadas, cuando el proceso de consenso es controlado por un conjunto preseleccionado de nodos o de partes interesadas. Por último, vamos a comentar los beneficios de la blockchain, y es que ofrece grandes ventajas comerciales que ayudan a las compañías de muchas formas, como por ejemplo, da más confianza entre las partes implicadas al ofrecer datos fiables y compartidos, reduce la necesidad de intermediarios externos, ofrece mayor seguridad, pues todos los miembros de la red deben llegar a un acuerdo sobre la precisión de los datos y las transacciones validadas son inalterables. También crea un registro a prueba de manipulaciones en tiempo real, da mayor eficiencia al eliminar el tiempo perdido en las acciones de conciliación de registros y, por último, permite seguir y localizar bienes o servicios a través de la cadena de suministro. Blockchain es una tecnología basada en una cadena de bloques de operaciones descentralizada y pública.
En esta vida.
Buenos días, 8 de la mañana es la figura de Charlie. Buenos días, 8 de la mañana dicen que al oro le han bajado a la tierra después de la jornada de ayer.
Seguimos en Negocios Televisión.
Mañana continuamos en Negocios Televisión.
Sean bienvenidos de nuevo a Negocios Televisión.
Negocios Televisión.
Sobre todo intentando ver lo que Europa está poniendo encima de la mesa en esos ejercicios militares.
Muy buenas tardes, bienvenidos de nuevo a Negocios Televisión, bienvenidos a este espacio informativo mirando a todas las últimas horas pendientes de una noticia que seguro que les atañe en el día de hoy. Esta caída masiva de Internet de Cloudflare que ha afectado prácticamente a todas las aplicaciones. Enseguida les contamos la última hora de esta caída masiva de Internet a nivel global. Vamos a contarles también la última hora sobre Nicolás Maduro, el presidente venezolano, que empieza a tener paranoia con sus guardaespaldas en un momento en el que las alertas empiezan a dispararse también en Cuba, los planes de Donald Trump que conciernen también a México. Enseguida les contamos cómo está la situación en torno a Claudia Sheinbaum y miramos a la última hora del conflicto en Ucrania, pero antes vamos a contarles una de las noticias de este martes, y es que usuarios de todo el mundo se han visto afectados por la caída de X, de forma que experimentan problemas en el inicio de sesión, cargando el contenido y en el uso de la aplicación móvil y la versión web. Aunque se están conociendo reportes de fallos a nivel mundial, la empresa no ha emitido un comunicado oficial. No es la primera vez que esta plataforma, propiedad de Elon Musk, experimenta en los últimos tiempos caídas globales de este tipo. No es la única plataforma que experimenta dificultades. Sobre todo se han experimentado reportes de caídas de Cloudflare, una plataforma que gestiona solicitudes de Internet de millones de sitios web y procesa un promedio de 81 millones de solicitudes HTTP por segundo. Cloudflare también es una herramienta que brinda seguridad a proteger los sitios web de actividades maliciosas como ataques de DDoS, bots maliciosos y otras intrusiones no deseadas. Así, los problemas experimentados por Cloudflare están afectando a numerosos clientes. Se habla de caídas, por ejemplo, en Spotify, en YouTube. Un día de caídas masivas de Internet a nivel mundial. Y un día en el que también Donald Trump no descartaba el despliegue de tropas estadounidenses sobre el terreno en Venezuela. Le preguntaban por esto y decía: no descarto nada, simplemente tenemos que ocuparnos de Venezuela. Han traído a nuestro país a cientos de miles de personas procedentes de las cárceles. Decía que no le agrada a la gente que actualmente gobierna Venezuela y comenta que Nicolás Maduro ha causado un daño tremendo a su país. Dice que hablará con él en un momento determinado.
You've made a decision about what you want to do next up as well. I understand you don't want to tip your hand, but is there anything you're ready to rule out at this point? Are you ruling out U.S. troops on the ground?
No, I don't rule out that. I don't rule out anything. We just have to take care of Venezuela. They dumped hundreds of thousands of people into our country from prisons. Nobody knows about it, but they sent them in like we're a dumping ground. So I'm not in love with the people running Venezuela. I love Venezuela. I love the people of Venezuela. But what they've done to this country, and I really say this, what Biden and the Democrats have done to this country can never, ever.
Mientras tanto, el presidente venezolano Nicolás Maduro ha incrementado el número de guardaespaldas cubanos en su seguridad. Ha expandido la labor de la contrainteligencia cubana. Maduro confía en los cubanos y los ve como incorruptibles. Según New York Times, Maduro solo se fía de cubanos para protegerla. Ha incrementado el número de funcionarios castristas para hacer contrainteligencia de los militares venezolanos. Es poco probable que los adversarios de Estados Unidos ayuden al presidente Nicolás Maduro a defenderse de un ataque concertado, pero sí que están dificultando su derrocamiento en un momento en el que se habla de que Maduro podría exiliarse a Rusia, a Turquía o incluso a Cuba. El presidente venezolano no se fía de sus propios militares, de sus propios guardaespaldas. Aumenta el número de los cubanos. Mientras tanto, Maduro advertía de un bombardeo y masacre al pueblo cristiano. Decía estar listo para un diálogo con Estados Unidos, pero reclama a la comunidad internacional que no permita actos violentos contra su país, aunque no especifica si se refiere a la ofensiva marítima de Estados Unidos en el Caribe para detener el narcotráfico. Un Maduro que reitera que su gobierno mantiene abierta la puerta al entendimiento.
El que quiera hablar con Venezuela, se hablará. Face to face, cara a cara, sin ningún problema. Lo que no se puede permitir, como dice la carta del pastor evangélico, lo que no se puede permitir es que se bombardee y masacre a un pueblo cristiano, el pueblo cristiano de Venezuela. Eso no se puede permitir. Diálogo. Call. Yes. Peace. Yes. War. No. Never, never war. Así que el que quiera dialogar encontrará siempre en nosotros gente de palabra, gente decente y gente con experiencia para dirigir a Venezuela.
Un Donald Trump que ha intensificado su presión militar y diplomática sobre Venezuela, en lo que analistas británicos describen como una estrategia que va más allá de la salida de Nicolás Maduro. El verdadero blanco sería el régimen cubano que sostiene a Maduro. Según un análisis de David Blair del diario The Telegraph, la administración Trump estaría concentrando poderío militar en el Caribe con el propósito de forzar un cambio de régimen en La Habana, similar a las operaciones antiguas de la Guerra Fría. Decía que la meta final podría no ser Caracas, sino La Habana. Compara la actual ofensiva con la histórica Operación Mangosta, liderada en los años 60 por Estados Unidos para intentar derrocar a Fidel Castro. La Casa Blanca considera que el gobierno de Maduro se mantiene en pie gracias al respaldo de Cuba, especialmente por asesores militares y de inteligencia enviados por La Habana a Caracas. Fuentes cercanas al Departamento de Estado, encabezado por Marco Rubio, aseguraban al medio británico que el enfoque actual busca romper el eje Caracas-Habana, debilitando las finanzas y la influencia política de Raúl Castro y del aparato militar cubano Gaesa, que controla gran parte de la economía de la isla. Mientras tanto, el canciller de Cuba, Bruno Rodríguez, ha denunciado este martes las mentiras emanadas de Estados Unidos a través, dice, del mentiroso compulsivo secretario de Estado Marco Rubio para agredir militarmente a Venezuela bajo falsos pretextos. En un mensaje en las redes calificaba de artificio deshonesto que Washington involucre sin presentar pruebas sustentadas al presidente venezolano Nicolás Maduro con el narcotráfico y el terrorismo, dos graves flagelos internacionales que solamente han sido promovidos en esta región por el gobierno de Estados Unidos. Dice que a la vista de todos y el apoyo de medios de difusión se busca normalizar y legitimar una agresión contra una nación soberana, es lo que añade el jefe de la diplomacia cubana. En la víspera, Maduro insistía en su llamado a la paz en un nuevo mensaje en inglés dirigido a Donald Trump. Decía que el que quiera dialogar encontrará siempre gente de palabra, gente decente. Era el mensaje de Maduro para Trump. Mientras tanto, seguimos mirando a más mensajes por parte del presidente de Estados Unidos. Decía que aprobar ataques militares contra México no le importaría. Afirmaba que casi no llegan drogas a sus ríos y a sus mares, diciendo que el narcotráfico había caído un 85% y que por cada barco que interceptan están salvando 25.000 vidas estadounidenses. Concluía diciendo que estaría orgulloso de atacar los centros de producción para salvar millones de vidas. Afirmaba que ambas partes van a apoyar en última instancia tal acción, aunque señalaba que no está contento con México.
Would I want strikes in Mexico to stop drugs? It's okay with me. Whatever we have to do to stop drugs. Mexico is, look, I looked at Mexico City over the weekend. There's some big problems over there. If we had to, would we do there what we've done to the waterways? You know, there's almost no drugs coming in through our. So let me just put it this way. I am not happy with Mexico, okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Mientras tanto, Estados Unidos y Trinidad y Tobago están realizando nuevos ejercicios militares en el Caribe en medio del creciente despliegue estadounidense en la zona que Venezuela considera como agresión contra su país. En las maniobras que iniciaron el domingo y se van a extender hasta el 21 de noviembre participa la 22ª Unidad Expedicionaria de Infantería de Marina del país norteamericano, lo que comunica el viernes pasado el canciller trinitense Sin Chovers. Los ejercicios se llevan a cabo tanto en zonas urbanas como rurales, principalmente en las noches y las madrugadas, es lo que detalla el ministro, afirmando que el objetivo consiste en fortalecer las capacidades de las fuerzas de la nación insular para la lucha contra el narcotráfico y el tráfico ilegal de armas. Dicen también en este sentido que Trinidad y Tobago sigue sufriendo el flagelo de los delitos relacionados con armas de fuego y la violencia de pandillas. Dice que estos ejercicios intensificados forman parte de su estrategia coordinada para garantizar que su personal esté óptimamente capacitado y equipado para abordar estos problemas. Miramos también a J.D. Vance. Les contamos que un hombre del estado de Michigan con las mismas iniciales y el mismo apellido que el vicepresidente de Estados Unidos, es decir, J.D. Vance, ha sido condenado a prisión este lunes por lanzar amenazas de muerte en las redes sociales contra el político estadounidense. James Donald Vance, de 67 años, fue sentenciado a 2 años de prisión por publicar distintas amenazas online contra el vicepresidente de Estados Unidos, además de otras provocaciones dirigidas al presidente Donald Trump y a uno de sus hijos. Según el informe del Departamento de Justicia, a cargo de este caso, el homónimo del vicepresidente escribió dichos mensajes intimidatorios en la red social Blue Sky, afirmando que no le importaba si el servicio secreto de Estados Unidos le disparaba o si pasara el resto de su vida en prisión por sus acciones. Vance utilizaba el nombre de usuario de Diaper JDV en dicha red social. Se indicaba que el hombre pudo haber recibido hasta 5 años de prisión y una multa de hasta $250.000 por cada uno de los cargos que fue imputado, pero al declararse culpable de sus delitos atenuó esta condena. Mientras tanto, miramos también al caso Epstein, un Donald Trump que decía que no quiere que los archivos desvíen la atención del éxito del Partido Republicano. Decía, nosotros no tenemos nada que ver con Epstein, los demócratas sí. Vamos a escuchar el mensaje de Trump sobre Epstein.
We have nothing to do with Epstein, the Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. You look at this Reid Hoffman, you look at Larry Summers, Bill Clinton, they went to his island all the time, and many others, they're all Democrats. All I want is I want for people to recognize the great job that I've done on pricing, on affordability, because we brought prices way down, but they're going way lower, on energy, on ending 8 wars and another one coming pretty soon, I believe. We've done a great job. And I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done, hoax, as it pertains to the Republicans. Now, I believe that many of the people that some of the people that we mentioned are being looked at very seriously for their relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, but they were with him all the time. I wasn't.
Donald Trump añadía que lo único que quiere es que la gente reconozca el gran trabajo que ha hecho. Afirmaba también que todo esto es un engaño en medio de la atención mediática tras la reciente publicación de correos electrónicos de Jeffrey Epstein. Decía además que va a aprobar la publicación de estos archivos si el Congreso termina aprobándolo.
Just don't want Epstein to do is detract from the great success of the Republican Party, including the fact that the Democrats are totally blamed for the shutdown. You know, they cost our country hundreds of billions of dollars with that, at a lot of inconvenience. So I'm for any, I don't, they can do whatever they want. We'll give them everything. Sure, I would. Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it. But don't talk about it too much because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein.
Los senadores demócratas en Estados Unidos, Elizabeth Warren y Jack Reed, que están presionando al Departamento de Justicia y al Tesoro para que lleven a cabo una investigación sobre la empresa de criptomonedas de Donald Trump. Hablamos de Gold Liberty Finance, ante las sospechas de que la firma está vinculada a actores ilícitos en Corea del Norte y en Rusia, es lo que informa la CNBC en una carta dirigida al fiscal general de Estados Unidos, Pam Bondi, y al secretario del Tesoro, Scott Bessent. Según este informe, los demócratas han afirmado en su carta que la iniciativa de criptomonedas de Trump carece de las salvaguardias adecuadas para impedir que personas malintencionadas muevan fondos o influyan en su gobernanza, lo que la convierte en una amenaza potencial para la seguridad nacional. Citan informes de una organización sin fines de lucro que regula estas empresas, que afirma que la empresa de Trump vendió 600.000 tokens valorados en $10.000 a diversas entidades altamente sospechosas de vínculos con Corea del Norte, Irán y Tornado Cash, una plataforma de lavado de dinero. Mirando a Estados Unidos, también les contamos que la Guardia Costera rescató a 8 personas de un barco que quedó averiado en el mar, aproximadamente a 35 millas al oeste de Venice, Florida, este sábado 15 de noviembre. Imágenes grabadas por el Distrito Sudeste de la Guardia Costera de Estados Unidos y publicadas por el Servicio de Distribución de Información Visual de Defensa muestran a una tripulación de la Guardia Costera localizando la embarcación averiada en la madrugada del 16 de noviembre. Según información de The Beats, los navegantes y la embarcación fueron transportados de regreso a una rampa para botes en Venice Inlet. No se reportaron heridos. Los medios locales informaron que la embarcación fue reportada como desaparecida a la 1:44 p.m. del sábado y localizada por la Guardia Costera de Estados Unidos a las 9:30 p.m. Según la hora registrada en este vídeo, los equipos de rescate llegaron a la embarcación averiada a las 3:06 del domingo. Mientras tanto, la presidenta de México, Claudia Sheinbaum, atraviesa su mayor deterioro político desde que asumió el cargo. Nuevos datos de Morning Consult muestran que su aprobación cayó del 62 al 41% en 12 meses, mientras su nivel de rechazo ha subido del 29 al 53%, un desplome neto de 24 puntos que la sacó del podio de los mandatarios mejor evaluados y la envió al 9º lugar del ranking global. La misma encuestadora que durante años fue usada por el expresidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador para presumir de su alta popularidad, hoy revela un escenario completamente distinto para su sucesora. El desgaste coincide con un deterioro en seguridad, economía y con corrupción en México. Los datos nacionales también confirman el giro en el ánimo social. Una encuesta reciente del Financiero reportaba un salto abrupto en la percepción negativa de temas clave. Por ejemplo, el 59% piensa que el país va mal en seguridad. El 85% rechaza la estrategia contra el crimen organizado. Un 82% evalúa negativamente el combate a la corrupción. Un 45% califica como deficiente el manejo económico, aunque el gobierno sostiene que los homicidios han bajado. La percepción de inseguridad ha aumentado del 64 al 68,2% según el INEGI. También miramos a Rusia. Es que el primer ministro polaco Donald Tusk afirmaba este martes que los sospechosos de la explosión ocurrida en la línea ferroviaria Varsovia-Lublin han sido identificados como 2 ciudadanos ucranianos que han estado trabajando con agencias de inteligencia rusas durante mucho tiempo. En su comparecencia ante el Sejm polaco, Tusk ha declarado que aún no podía revelar públicamente la identidad de los sospechosos para no entorpecer la investigación. Se limitó a decir que ambos residían en Bielorrusia, entraron en Polonia este otoño y ya habían intentado sin éxito colocar explosivos en la vía férrea. Además, Tusk expresaba su certeza de que los daños causados a la vía férrea fueron intencionales y que el objetivo de los perpetradores era provocar un accidente ferroviario. Por su parte, el presidente ruso Vladimir Putin afirmaba que Rusia es actualmente el único país del mundo capaz de fabricar rompehielos nucleares fiables en serie, es lo que declaraba en un discurso por videoconferencia con motivo de la colocación de la quilla de rompehielos atómico Stalingrad. Decía Putin que es importante reforzar de forma constante la posición de Rusia en el Ártico, aprovechar al máximo el potencial logístico de su país y garantizar el desarrollo de un prometedor corredor de transporte ártico. Decía que, por supuesto, el desarrollo integral de las ciudades y pueblos árticos depende directamente de los rompehielos, los buques de alta resistencia al hielo y el desarrollo de la infraestructura de los puertos árticos. Hizo hincapié en que toda la producción se lleva a cabo sobre la base de tecnologías nacionales. Según el enviado ruso Kirill Dmitriev, Estados Unidos y Rusia han discutido discretamente un nuevo intercambio de prisioneros. Moscú ve este intercambio como un gesto de buena voluntad, mientras que Washington quiere repatriar al menos a 8 estadounidenses que aún permanecen encarcelados en Rusia. Las conversaciones fueron positivas, pero no hay acuerdo próximo. Al menos 8 estadounidenses se encuentran en prisiones rusas. Para el presidente Trump, repatriar a los estadounidenses detenidos es una prioridad y un intercambio podría ser útil, ya que el Kremlin busca formas de mejorar la relación con su administración a pesar de las tensiones por Ucrania. Rusia espera que un nuevo intercambio de prisioneros con Estados Unidos demuestre buena voluntad y genere mayor confianza entre los países. Pendientes de las relaciones entre Rusia y Estados Unidos, con el foco puesto en la última hora sobre 3 islas, pendientes también de la señal de la Casa Blanca. Hacemos una pausa, 2 minutos y enseguida la información. Negocios Televisión.
No te preocupes demasiado por la vida, que nadie sale vivo de ella. La primera causa hoy de muerte es la depresión, la tristeza. Más del 50% de la población tiene problemas mentales. ¿Pero qué estamos haciendo? Más del 80-90% de las preocupaciones de nuestra mente son cosas que no han pasado nunca ni pasarán. Hemos dejado de tocar, de abrazar. A un niño que no se le toca se muere. Entonces, todos buscamos amor.
Sí, pero yo no voy por la calle y solo veo esta imagen. Por la calle, andando.
El que diga que es positivo, miente. El 82% de la gente es pesimista. Porque tu mente está preparada para sobrevivir, no para vivir. Luego, lo primero que tienes que hacer en la vida es ser realistas con nosotros mismos. La primera característica de la gente que triunfa en la vida es el coeficiente optimismo.
¿Qué hacemos con los juegos?
¿Qué es la felicidad para ti, Luis?
Que era construir una compañía, me llegué a sentar con personas para pedirles dinero sin saber qué les daba yo.
Tuve que fracasar 4 veces hasta conseguirlo. 5 veces, 6 veces hasta conseguirlo.
Cuando estás arriba del todo con una euforia desmedida, no puedes pensar bien, la racionalidad no te viene porque estás como completamente emborrachado. Cuando estás abajo del todo, tocando la depresión, tampoco puedes pensar, ¿no?
La ambición es un tema fundamental aquí. ¿Cuál es el límite? Cuando lo consigues, quieres algo más. Y quieres algo más, y quieres algo más. ¿Cuándo paras?
Por lo tanto, los americanos dicen una cosa muy buena que es momentum más que suerte, ¿no? Y el momentum junta 2 cosas. Obviamente que estés preparado, que tengas el equipo, que estés ahí en primera posición y luego que a veces los timings son muy importantes. Hay una pirámide que es la pirámide esa de necesidades básicas.
¿Crees que la ambición hace que nos separemos un poco de la gente de nuestro alrededor?
El estrés tiene una cosa positiva en mí, ¿no? Que es que al final es el motor que alimenta mi vida.
Si vicio quebrase, ¿qué pasaría?
¿Tú crees que hay miedo a hablar? ¿Tú tienes miedo a hablar, Marc?
Siempre ha habido una voluntad de controlar el mensaje.
¿Es un punto de inflexión el asesinato de Charlie Kirk?
Pero vamos a ver, Eso significa que hay cámaras por todas partes. Ese tipo ha pasado por ahí, 10 minutos has pasado tú. Las posibilidades de que alguien diga, ¿no será ese? Pues el otro. ¿Cuál es? No, es que este no lleva gorra. Ah, entonces no es. Pero ya saben que has pasado por allí y a lo mejor tú no quieres que sepa nadie que has pasado por allí. O sea, la gente no se da cuenta que estamos en un estado policial y lo que están procurando es que no seamos tan individuos, sino más rebaño. Si nos despertamos dentro de 15 años, estaríamos en un mundo que ahora nos parecería distópico. Y vamos a eso por la desidia social. La gente se traga lo primero que le llega. Cuando el problema de la desinformación es un problema del que escucha. No siempre lo que dices es correcto. Y no siempre es porque tú quieres emitir algo incorrecto. Puedes equivocarte, o que no se puede uno equivocar ya en esta vida.
Ya estamos de vuelta en Negocios Televisión. Seguimos atentos a las últimas horas con el foco puesto en Rusia. Les contamos que la Agencia Federal de Transporte Aéreo ha declarado este martes que restringió temporalmente los vuelos de llegada y salida en el aeropuerto internacional de Vnukovo. Agregaba que la decisión se tomó para garantizar la seguridad de los vuelos. Al mismo tiempo, el alcalde de Moscú, Sergei Sobyanin, ha anunciado que las unidades de defensa aérea rusas derribaron 2 drones que volaban hacia Moscú y que los servicios de emergencia se han desplazado al lugar. Por el momento no se dispone de información sobre la ubicación del incidente ni tampoco sobre posibles daños o víctimas. Mientras tanto, Zelensky decía que planea viajar a Turquía este miércoles después de su visita de este martes a España. Dice que está preparando la reactivación de las negociaciones y que ha elaborado soluciones que va a proponer a sus socios. Dice que va a hacer todo lo posible para acercar el fin de la guerra y que esta es la principal prioridad para Ucrania, es lo que apuntaba refiriéndose a estas reuniones previstas en Turquía. Añadía que Kiev también estaba trabajando para reanudar los intercambios de prisioneros de guerra. Un Zelensky que informaba este martes en el Congreso español a la presidenta de la Cámara y al presidente del Senado de la situación en el frente. Ha pedido ayuda para reforzar la defensa aérea de su país con sistemas y misiles. Dice Zelensky que Ucrania necesita reforzar su defensa aérea con sistemas y misiles adicionales. Dice que además también le interesa cooperar con empresas de defensa españolas, lo que apuntaba en un mensaje en X, ahora mismo reunido con Pedro Sánchez a la espera en los próximos minutos de esta rueda de prensa desde Moncloa. Mientras tanto, el enviado especial de Estados Unidos, Steve Witkoff, va a visitar Turquía este miércoles y participará en conversaciones previstas allí con Volodymyr Zelensky, es lo que informa este martes la agencia Reuters. Previamente, Zelensky había declarado que planeaba viajar a Turquía este miércoles tras su visita a España este martes, añadiendo que Ucrania se estaba preparando para reactivar las negociaciones, presentando soluciones que proponía a sus socios. Y mientras tanto, precisamente, el presidente ucraniano firmaba este lunes un acuerdo con vistas a la compra de Francia de hasta 100 aviones de combate Rafale, así como diferentes sistemas de defensa antiaérea y drones.
Will receive 100 Rafale fighter jets, as well as French radars, anti-air defense systems. These are technical details, but they are very important. Every battery means that many lives are saved.
El presidente francés, que decía que estos acuerdos suponen una nueva etapa en la integración con la industria armamentística de Ucrania, que está en primera línea de la defensa de Europa. Condenaba la adicción de Rusia por continuar la guerra en Ucrania y explicaba que el acuerdo va más allá de los aviones de combate y se va a extender a la producción conjunta de drones.
Develop and co-design arms productions in Ukraine, especially in the field of drones. And in a few moments, we will have a special discussion on this topic. That is key for the defense of Ukrainians and for the future.
Pendientes de Zelensky en los próximos minutos, escuchando a la Moncloa, mientras vamos a mostrarles imágenes por parte de la OTAN. Un vídeo publicado recientemente ofrece una visión dramática de un ataque con torpedos, con imágenes de explosiones captadas a bordo del buque objetivo. Según el mando conjunto de la OTAN en Norfolk, este ataque se produjo durante los ejercicios Aegir 25 de septiembre de este año. En ellos, el submarino noruego KNM Uzog disparó uno de sus torpedos contra la fragata KNM Trondheim, ya fuera de servicio. El objetivo de este disparo era verificar y demostrar la potencia de fuego que representan el arma y el submarino, es lo que declara La propia OTAN informaba que varios buques y unidades navales noruegas, junto con los de la Royal Navy y Polonia, participaron en este ejercicio frente a la costa de Andoy. Mientras tanto, en China, 3 astronautas se encuentran actualmente varados en el espacio después de que su nave espacial fuera utilizada para traer de vuelta a otro grupo a la Tierra. Los 3 astronautas participan actualmente en una misión de 6 meses llamada Shenzhou 21 a bordo de la Estación Espacial Tiangong de China. Pero su nave espacial se utilizó el viernes para traer de vuelta a la tripulación anterior que participó en la misión Shenzhou 20 después de que su propia cápsula resultara dañada por lo que se sospecha fue basura espacial, lo que retrasó su regreso más de una semana. La Agencia Espacial Tripulada de China dijo que la nave espacial Shenzhou 22, la opción prevista para el regreso de la tripulación, será lanzada en un momento apropiado en el futuro sin especificar una fecha exacta, es lo que apunta la agencia Xinhua. Por su parte, el primer ministro húngaro Viktor Orbán comparaba este lunes el continuo apoyo financiero de la Unión Europea a Ucrania con ayudar a un alcohólico enviándole otra caja de vodka. Dice que recibió una carta por parte de von der Leyen en la que afirma que el déficit de financiación de Ucrania es considerable y pide a los Estados miembros que envíen más dinero. Es asombroso, decía Orbán. Declaraba que una mafia de la guerra está desviando el dinero de los contribuyentes europeos. Este era el mensaje de Orbán para Europa.
A másik opció, ami előttünk van, ezt nem fogadjuk el, viszont azt a kérdést kell föltennünk, hogy lehetséges-e, hogy miközben az egész Európai Unió egy háborús gazdasági rendszer építése felé tart, mi ebből kimaradunk, és egy másfajta gazdaságpolitikát fogunk építeni, nem egy brüsszelit, hanem mondjuk egy nemzetit. Ez a nagy dilemma. Most az igazság az, hogy hiába hozol ebben a tekintetben egy döntést, hogy melyiket választod, mint az események folyamatosan változnak, újra és újra revízió alá kell venni, hogy vajon az alapdöntésed érvényes-e még. Mi hoztunk egy döntést korábban, még Nagy Márton gazdasági miniszter úrral, hogy Magyarország, úgy ítéltük meg, hogy Magyarország képes arra, hogy egy brüsszeli háborús gazdaságpolitika helyett egy nemzeti magyar gazdaságpolitikát épít.
Señalaba además que Hungría no ha perdido el sentido común, era el mensaje de Orbán para Europa. Nosotros ponemos el foco también en el 3 y les contamos que la teoría de que un meteorito gigante se dirige a toda velocidad hacia la Tierra es en realidad una nave espacial alienígena. Ya ha sido respaldada por algunas pruebas. En este sentido, decían además que un científico de Harvard propuso esta idea. El cometa interestelar 3 Atlas fue fotografiado este domingo por la mañana desde un telescopio en Nuevo México, en Estados Unidos, por el astrofotógrafo Satoru Murata. Él escribía en Facebook que capturó este cometa interestelar temprano esta mañana cuando una fina luna creciente pasó justo al lado de él. El cometa también pasaba cerca de la galaxia NGC 4691, lo que realmente daba la impresión de que el objeto provenía de otro mundo. El astrofísico de Harvard, Avi Loeb, señaló los múltiples chorros que siguen a esta misteriosa masa espacial. Decía además que la imagen muestra múltiples chorros tanto hacia el Sol como alejándose de él, incluyendo una anticola y una cola mucho más larga y colimada. En una entrada en su blog, luego afirmaba que las colas eran causadas por propulsores tecnológicos. Decía que existe la opción más especulativa de que la anticola sea el resultado de propulsores tecnológicos que aceleran a 3 Atlas, alejándola del Sol mediante chorros altamente colimados que penetran 1 millón de kilómetros a través del viento solar debido a su alta velocidad. En este sentido, vamos a mirar también a los mensajes por parte de la NASA. Es que este 3 Atlas, el cometa más popular de la astronomía, va a tener nuevas actualizaciones en las próximas horas. Este miércoles 19 de noviembre, a eso de las 3 de la tarde, hora del este de Estados Unidos, que corresponde a eso de las 9 de la noche en España, la NASA va a presentar un evento en vivo desde el Centro de Vuelo Espacial Goddard en Greenbelt, en Maryland, para compartir imágenes inéditas de este objeto captado por múltiples misiones de la agencia. La transmisión disponible en NASA Plus, en el sitio web de la agencia, en YouTube y también en Amazon Prime, no solo va a mostrar vistas impactantes de este cometa, sino que será también una oportunidad para conocer cómo trabajan los científicos de la NASA al estudiar este tipo de objetos. A pesar de que 3 Atlas no representa ningún peligro para la Tierra, su paso a solo 30 millones de kilómetros de Marte a principios de octubre le ha convertido en un blanco perfecto para los telescopios, pero también para las sondas. Pendientes del 3 y Atlas, vamos a poner el foco también en Oriente Medio para contarles que decenas de colonos israelíes que residen ilegalmente en Cisjordania quemaron este lunes 3 viviendas y diversos vehículos de la aldea de Yabá, al sur de la ciudad palestina de Belén. Grupos de colonos los atacaron, incendiaron 3 casas y otros 3 vehículos, además de una caravana, es lo que informa a la agencia Wafa el jefe del consejo de esta aldea. Los vecinos fueron quienes apagaron los fuegos sin que hubiera heridos, más allá de los daños materiales. El ejército israelí dijo que policías y soldados habían sido desplegados en Yabá tras ser informados de que decenas de civiles israelíes habían incendiado y vandalizado casas y vehículos en la zona. El ministro de Defensa, Israel Katz, calificaba a los colonos de anarquistas, violentos y criminales. Dijo que no se iba a permitir ningún acto de violencia que difame a la población de los asentamientos o que dañe a los soldados. Mientras tanto, el Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas votaba este lunes a favor de una resolución respaldada por Estados Unidos que crea una fuerza internacional para supervisar Gaza. 13 miembros apoyaron esta medida, mientras que ninguno se opuso y 2 se abstuvieron. El plan establece un organismo denominado Junta de la Paz para gestionar la seguridad, la reconstrucción y la gobernanza del territorio. La resolución también incluye un lenguaje que apunta a un posible marco para la creación de un Estado palestino. El presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, también felicitaba a la propia ONU, a las Naciones Unidas, por aprobar la creación de la Junta de la Paz, un organismo encargado de supervisar la gobernanza y la reconstrucción de Gaza. Pendientes de las últimas horas en torno a Oriente Medio, esperando en los próximos minutos a Donald Trump con el foco puesto en la Moncloa, con declaraciones de Merz y de Macron. Vamos a hacer una pequeña pausa, 2 minutos, y enseguida toda la información en Negocios Televisión.
La tecnología genera una base de datos compartida a la que tienen acceso sus participantes, los cuales pueden rastrear cada transacción que hayan realizado. Para que se hagan una idea, es como un gran libro de contabilidad inmodificable y compartido que van escribiendo una gran cantidad de ordenadores de forma simultánea. El modelo más antiguo de una blockchain se creó a principios de la década de los 90, cuando el científico informático Stuart Haber y el físico Scott Stornetta emplearon técnicas criptográficas en una cadena de bloques como una manera de proteger documentos digitales contra la manipulación de datos. La tecnología blockchain se suele utilizar de transacciones de criptomonedas, pero es apta para muchos otros tipos de datos digitales y puede aplicarse a una amplia gama de casos de uso. La diferencia que hay entre blockchain y una red centralizada, es decir, un servidor tradicional que almacena datos, es que la red de blockchain se ejecuta en múltiples ordenadores distribuidos por todo el mundo y no en un sitio único. Esto hace que la red blockchain presente...
Buenos días, 8 de la mañana es la figura de Charlie. Buenos días, 8 de la mañana, dicen que al oro le han bajado a la tierra después de la jornada de ayer.
Seguimos en Negocios Televisión.
Mañana continuamos en Negocios Televisión.
Sean bienvenidos de nuevo a Negocios Televisión.
Negocios Televisión.
Sobre todo intentando ver lo que Europa está poniendo encima de la mesa en esos ejercicios militares. Juanma Moreno, esto es de lo mejor del día, ¿eh? Va a bajarle los impuestos a los andaluces que tengan una mascota en casa. Serán hasta 100 euros por animal para pagar el veterinario. Esto es visión a largo plazo. Envejecimiento poblacional, ¿cómo lo evitamos? Con más perritos y gatitos. Si es que lo del PP es para cogerlos y pensárselo bien, ¿eh?
Seguimos en Negocios Televisión, seguimos atentos a las últimas horas pendientes de una de las citas clave del día de hoy. El presidente ucraniano Volodymyr Zelensky está ya en Moncloa con Pedro Sánchez. Escuchamos a los líderes de ambos países.
Справ Європейського Союзу та співробітництва Королівства Іспанія та Міністерством закордонних справ України щодо російської дезінформації.
Firma por parte del Reino de España el ministro de Asuntos Exteriores, Unión Europea y Cooperación, don José Manuel Álvarez. Firma por parte de Ucrania la embajadora de Ucrania en España, doña Julia Sokolowska.
Підписує від імені Королівства Іспанія міністр закордонних справ пан Хосе Мануель Альбарес. Підписує від імені України посол України в Іспанії пані Юлія Соколовська.
Memorando de entendimiento sobre cooperación en el ámbito turístico entre el Ministerio de Industria y Turismo del Reino de España y la Agencia Estatal de Desarrollo Turístico de Ucrania.
Меморандум про взаєморозуміння щодо співробітництва у туристичній сфері між Міністерством промисловості і туризму Королівства Іспанія та Державним агентством розвитку туризму України.
Firma por parte del Reino de España el ministro de Industria y Turismo, don Jordi Hereu Boer. Firma por parte de Ucrania la embajadora de Ucrania en España, doña Julia Sokolowska.
Підписує від імені Королівства Іспанія міністр промисловості і туризму пан Жорді Ерeu Боер. Підписує від імені України посол України в Іспанії пані Юлія Соколовська.
Bueno, pues están viendo esta firma de acuerdos entre Ucrania y España en un momento en el que se reporta que hasta 13 empresas españolas han llegado a acuerdos. Han participado en un encuentro con Zelensky en la sede de Indra. Un conjunto de 13 empresas españolas del sector de la defensa ha firmado varios acuerdos con Ucrania. No solo se ha reunido hoy con Pedro Sánchez, también el rey Felipe VI ha reafirmado todo el apoyo español a Ucrania por el tiempo que sea necesario. Muy pendientes de la señal desde Moncloa, enseguida escuchamos tanto a Zelensky como a Pedro Sánchez. De momento, firmas de sus acuerdos de entendimiento.
Лист про наміри щодо підписання угоди про технічне та фінансове співробітництво між Україною та Іспанією.
Firma por parte del Reino de España el ministro de Economía, Comercio y Empresa, don Carlos Cuerpo Caballero. Firma por parte de Ucrania la embajadora de Ucrania en España, doña Julia Sokolowska.
Підписує від імені Королівства Іспанія міністр економіки, торгівлі та підприємництва пан Карлос Куерпо Кавальєро. Підписує від імені України посол України в Іспанії пані Юлія Соколовська.
Memorando de entendimiento entre el Ministerio de Economía, Comercio y Empresa del Reino de España y el Ministerio de Economía, Medio Ambiente y Agricultura de Ucrania sobre mecanismos de creación económica y financiera bilateral.
Меморандум про взаєморозуміння між Міністерством економіки, торгівлі та підприємництва Королівства Іспанія та Міністерством економіки, довкілля та сільського господарства України щодо механізмів двостороннього економічного та фінансового співробітництва.
Firma por parte del Reino de España el ministro de Economía, Comercio y Empresa, don Carlos Cuerpo Caballero. Firma por parte de Ucrania la embajadora de Ucrania en España, doña Julia Sokolowska.
Підписує від імені Королівства Іспанія міністр економіки, торгівлі та підприємництва пан Карлос Куерпо Кавальєро. Підписує від імені України посол України в Іспанії пані Юлія Соколовська.
Finalmente, se procederá a la firma de un memorando de entendimiento en cooperación industrial en materia de seguridad y defensa entre las empresas españolas Escribano y Tecnove y la ucraniana Práctica.
Насамкінець приступаємо до підписання меморандуму про взаєморозуміння щодо промислового співробітництва у сфері безпеки та оборони між іспанськими компаніями Escribano і Tecnova та українською компанією Práctica.
Firma por parte de Práctica el señor Oleg Vysotsky. Firma por parte de Tecnove don Eusebio Ramírez González Ortega. Firma por parte...
Pendientes de estos mensajes que nos llegan desde Moncloa, van a poder seguir toda la comparecencia en nuestro canal de YouTube. En paralelo, nosotros miramos ya a la Casa Blanca. Vamos a escuchar ya a Donald Trump junto con el príncipe de la corona saudí.
Extremely respected man in the Oval Office today, and a friend of mine for a long time, a very good friend of mine. And I'm very proud of the job he's done. What he's done is incredible in terms of human rights and everything else. And he's the Crown Prince, the future king, and I just want to pay my greatest respect to your father, King, who is an amazing man. I met him early on. He greeted me at the airport at an age that was pretty high up there, and it was about 117 degrees, and he was standing on the red carpet as I came out of the plane, and he's amazing. And when I met his brilliant son, it was at the Oval Office. Shortly thereafter, you came in, represented the country, and I called the father. I said, this guy is fantastic. And I don't know if that helped you or hurt you, but obviously it couldn't have hurt too much, because here you are, right? But we had a great meeting, and the office has changed quite a bit, and we inherited a mess. You actually told me you thought the country was in big trouble. I'm not going to use the exact word that you use. I refuse to say that you thought our country was dead a year and a half, 2 years ago, but our country was in trouble, and now we have the hottest country in the world. You said that also. And we do. We have the United States is right now the hottest country in the world. And between the tariffs and the election, November 5th election, we've done things that nobody can believe. $21 trillion will be the amount invested in the United States or committed to invest in 1 year. So I'm here 9 months, we're up to almost $18 trillion. Biden, as an example, the Biden administration, if you call it that, it's not to me, it was the Biden lack of administration. They were less than 1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to be 21 trillion for 1 year. I think that's hard to believe. The biggest in history was a certain country, 3 trillion. We're going to be 21 trillion. On top of that, prices are coming down. We inherited a mess with high prices, the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation that was a single full 4 years, the worst inflation in the history of the United States. Gas prices through the roof, and that's after destroying our petroleum reserve, which was meant for wars and big emergencies, not to try and win an election. They opened up the reserve so that people get $3 less in gasoline, and it didn't work. They got about 3 cents less, because as big as those reserves are, they're peanuts when you're talking about that kind of traffic. And we're rebuilding the reserves. We're doing all of this, and we've done a job. We're also bringing down prices very substantially, and we've already brought them down very, very substantially. Gasoline is way down. I think you'll be seeing $2 gasoline, but we're now at $2.50, $2.45. Some are lower than that. It was $4.50, $5, $6, $3.50, $3.75, under by all different numbers, but way high. And we have energy way down. But the biggest thing to me, because I know what it means in jobs, is the fact that we're at over $17 trillion, Scott, and we expect to be around $21 trillion in 1 year. And that's many times bigger than in history. The highest number was $3 trillion. And we're going to be at 21 trillion. That means new plants, new AI, new auto plants. We have auto plants coming in from Canada, from Mexico, from Germany, from Japan. Toyota just agreed to invest $10 billion on new auto plants, all American workers. We've never been in a position like this. You can go back to the beginning. Our country has never been in a position like this, and it really is because of the fact that we use tariffs to bring all this money in, and you're going to see the results in a year when these plants start to open up. We have more plants under construction now than at any time in the history of our country, and these are big plants. These are the biggest plants anywhere in the world. And I want to thank you because you've agreed to invest $600 billion into the United States, and because he's my friend, he might make it $1 trillion, but I'm going to have to work on him. But it's 600, we can count on 600 billion, but that number could go up a little bit higher, yes, or I don't know, we'll see. But we appreciate it very much. So Saudi is going to be investing at least $600 billion, and that means investments in plants, in companies, money on Wall Street, and what it really means for everybody that really counts is jobs, a lot of jobs. We have a lot of jobs. So I just want to thank you. We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue. I think we've done a great job in wiping out the nuclear capacity of Iran. Nobody else could have done that. No other president would have done it. And we had the pilots in the Oval Office right here. We were celebrating a very successful attack. So I had them in with that beautiful B-2 bomber that's over there. And they said, sir, for 22 years, we practiced this attack. Our predecessors, these were very young guys, so 22 years, they said our predecessors and us practiced the attack on Iran. But no president ever gave us the go-ahead. 3 times a year they went out and they practiced the attack. Nobody let us do it until you came along, and I let them do it because it was the right thing to do. You can't have a nuclear Iran. And so we put you in a very good position. But I just want to say it's an honor to be your friend, and it's an honor that you're here. And if you'd like to say a few words, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This relation has been a relation for about 9 decades, and we've been working together for a long time. But today it's a very important time in our history because there is also a lot of things that we're working in the future. We believe in the future of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President, is really creating a lot of
Seguimos escuchando a Donald Trump, el presidente de Estados Unidos, reunido con el príncipe heredero de Arabia Saudí y anunciando que Arabia Saudí ha aceptado invertir $600.000 millones en Estados Unidos. Dice además que ese número podría aumentar en el futuro y que han sido buenos amigos durante un periodo extenso. Seguimos escuchando a Trump con Mohammed bin Salman.
Technology, AI, and materials, magnets, etc. That will create a lot of investment opportunities.
So you are doing that now. You're saying to me now that the 600 billion will be 1 trillion.
Definitely, because what we are signing to facilitate that, and
I like that very much. No, that's great. I appreciate that. That's great. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever done. And in all fairness, if you didn't see potential in the U.S., you wouldn't be doing that.
Definitely.
You don't want to lose money.
As you said, Mr. President, it's the most hottest country in the planet. But what you're creating is not about opportunity today. It's about also long-term opportunity in South America that will affect American economy positively in the next coming decades, preparing the right foundation of emerging technologies. That's a game changer for America in a good way, and we want to be part of it.
Yeah, we're doing really well. And this, you don't see what we're doing so much because we have, although the construction industry sees it. If you look at Caterpillar, who's been incredible, the tractors, everything else, the numbers that we're doing in construction are unbelievable. Some of the plants that we're building, AI, and they're building their own electric with the plant. I gave them the right to build their own electric with the plant because no country, frankly, will have this. China's working very hard to produce enough electric, but we're beating China substantially at AI, which is a big thing. And we had a great meeting 2 weeks ago with President Xi, but on AI, we're doing well. And I have a man, David Rommel.
Yes, sir.
David, could you say a few words about what you're seeing on the job front and all of the some of the assets, and also how we've been helped by the Saudis in terms of the kind of investment they've made, please?
Yeah, most certainly. Thank you for the opportunity. I am a facility leader for GE Vernova. And if you look at the landscape for GE Vernova investment, over $750 million in the U.S. focused on true manufacturing jobs here stateside. We're looking at tripling the output of our Greenville, South Carolina facility, where we make the gas turbines that are supporting U.S. needs as well as the Saudi Arabian needs.
Right.
So real jobs, $300 million in gas investment, resulting in over 500 pieces of new equipment being installed in the Greenville, South Carolina facility. That translates into roughly 1,800 jobs across the board for GE Vernova as we try to scale capacity to be able to meet this demand. Along with that, we're partnering with local communities to build the skill set that's required to meet these capacity needs. So that talent pipeline is incredibly important. So it's real jobs in the manufacturing space.
Well, you've been great, and thank you very much. And we love that state. I won that state by record numbers. I won a lot of states by record. Texas, a lot of them by Indiana. We're working with Indiana or something right now. We won that. We won a lot of them by records, but that was one of them. I want to thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you. So, just in wrapping up, we'll take a couple of questions, but I want to just tell you what an honor it is to be your friend, and I very much appreciate the investment of now $1 trillion, okay? And I'm glad you got that out. I didn't want to be the one to tell them, but that's great news.
You keep increasing, Mr. President.
I know.
Each time the opportunities are just increasing more and more.
Well, the opportunities, we're doing better. If even if you look back 6 months ago, I mean, all of a sudden, you feel even better. So, and I think we're only going to go in one way. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. President, have you approved the export licenses for advanced chips to Saudi Arabia? The export licenses?
We are working on that. We're negotiating that right now. Marco, do you want to talk about that, or Scott?
Okay, well, I mean, that's part of what we may have announcements on that later today, but that's what we've been working on is the mechanics by which something like that can be achieved, and it's part of the broader process, part of this broader engagement and cooperation between our two countries.
Certain levels of chips. Yeah.
And for the Crown Prince, Your Royal Highness, you're talking about $1 trillion in investment. Could the kingdom continue to do that with oil prices in the mid-60s?
Yeah, we are not creating fake opportunities to, please America, please President Trump. It's real opportunities. For example, when we ask about the AI and the chips, Saudi Arabia have a huge demand of the huge need of computing power. And we're going to spend in the short term around $50 billion by consuming those semiconductors for all of these in Saudi Arabia. And with the agreement that we're going to have with America, that will allow us to focus that consuming power in the short term by $50 billion from America, and long term with hundreds of billions of dollars in the long term. So there's a lot of real opportunities that fit our needs in Saudi Arabia and fit our investment strategy.
Mr. President, is it appropriate, Mr. President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president? Is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office.
Who are you with?
Why should Americans trust
Who are you with?
And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You with who?
ABC News, sir.
Fake news. ABC fake news. One of the worst in the business. But I'll answer your question.
Thank you.
I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they could do.
Hemos escuchando a Donald Trump, el presidente de Estados Unidos, que está hablando sobre una de las noticias que les informábamos en este noticiero, esta denuncia de los demócratas sobre, estas empresas en torno a las criptomonedas. Trump se desmarca del negocio de sus hijos, se desmarca de World Liberty Financial. Dice Trump que no tiene nada que ver con este negocio familiar. Vamos a seguir escuchando los mensajes de Donald Trump.
Phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
Just yes, Mr. President, allow me to answer. I feel painful about the families of 9/11 in America, but but we have to focus on reality. Reality based on CIA documents and based on a lot of documents that Osama bin Laden, he used Saudi people at that event for one main purpose, is to destroy this relation, to destroy the American-Saudi relation. That's the purpose of 9/11. So whoever buying that means they are helping Osama bin Laden's purpose of destroying this relation. He knows that strong relation between America and Saudi Arabia is bad for extremism, it's bad for terrorism. And we have to approve them wrong and to build our relation, to continue developing our relation. It's critical in the safety of the world, it's critical against extremism and terrorism. About the journalists, it's really painful to hear anyone that been losing his life for no real purpose or nothing illegal way, and it's been painful for us in Saudi Arabia. We've did all the right steps of investigation, etc. in Saudi Arabia, and we've improved our system to be sure that nothing happened like that, and it's painful and it's a huge mistake, and we are doing our best that this doesn't happen again.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. The Crown Prince has been instrumental in helping lifting the sanctions on Syria. Will there be any joint investment between the U.S. and Syria? And will you visit the Damascus?
Are you from Syria?
No, but
Where are you from?
I'm from Palestine.
Oh, making a lot of progress, huh? Very good. Well, they like the Palestinians like me. The Palestinians are doing very well, actually. I think we're working very closely with a lot of people that make everybody happy, including Israel, the Palestinians, and everybody. That's very interesting. No, I think that I will tell you, the Crown Prince called me, and he specifically asked me if I would lift the sanctions on Syria because he wants to see Syria make it. As you know, the leader of Syria was just here. We had a great meeting, and he's a strong guy, and I guess you need a strong person to run it. And I think Syria has made tremendous progress. So we did lift the sanctions at the request of the Crown Prince. Also, the President of Turkey, Erdogan, called me specifically. He said, if you don't lift the sanctions, Syria doesn't have a chance. If you do, they have a very good chance. And between the two of them and some others, I lifted the sanctions, and the results so far have been pretty good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the F-35s that are being sold to Saudi Arabia. Are these the same ones that are being used by the Israeli military? And if so, how does that allow for the qualitative military edge for Israel? And then I want to ask you, because you brought up the plight of the Palestinians, are you aware of relocation flights to South Africa that are taking place right now? There are relocation flights that are taking place. Some Palestinians are being charged up to $2,000
I'm not going to South Africa for the G20 because I think their policies on the extermination of people are unacceptable. So I'm not going, so I won't refer to anything having to do with South Africa. South Africa has behaved extremely badly. But I will say that when you look at the F-35 and you're asking me, is it the same? I think it's going to be pretty similar, This is a great ally, and Israel's a great ally. And I know they'd like you to get planes of reduced caliber. I don't think that makes you too happy. They've been a great ally. Israel's been a great ally. And we're looking at that exactly right now. But as far as I'm concerned, I think they are both at a level where they should get top of the line. Yes, please.
Can I just ask for the Crown Prince about the direct
It's all right. I'll see one second.
Have you reached an agreement on a U.S.-Saudi defense treaty today? And are you going to bring up the Abraham Accords in your discussion?
I already brought them up. What did you say? I think I got a positive response. Would you like to respond?
Yeah. So definitely, we believe having a good relation with all of these Eastern countries is a good thing, and we want to be part of the Abraham Accord. But we want also to be sure that we secure a clear path of two-state solution. And today we have a healthy discussion with Mr. President that we're going to work on that. to be sure that we can prepare the right situation as soon as possible to have that.
I think we're, I don't want to use the word commitment, but we've had a very good talk on the Abraham Accords. We talked about one state, two state. We talked about a lot of things in a short period of time. We'll be discussing it further too. But I think you have a very good feeling for the Abraham Accords.
Yes, definitely, Mr. President. We want peace for the Israelis. We want peace for the Palestinians. We want them to coexist peacefully in the region. And we will do all.
Seguimos escuchando los mensajes por parte de Donald Trump junto al príncipe heredero de Arabia Saudí en un momento en el que el foco está puesto sobre estos negocios familiares, estas empresas de criptomonedas que al parecer están reportando grandes cantidades de dinero a su familia. Vamos a escuchar la respuesta por parte de Trump. Se desmarca de este negocio familiar, de este escándalo cripto. Dice Trump que no tiene nada que ver.
I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they could do a lot. And anything they've done has been very good. That's what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful. I decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was. And that it ever could have been, no matter who was.
Pendientes de los mensajes de Donald Trump desmarcándose de este escándalo cripto en un momento complicado también para las criptomonedas. Vamos a volver a conectar con la Casa Blanca. Vamos a seguir escuchando a Donald Trump junto a Mohammed bin Salman.
Is it part of the security agreement? And how you assess the defense partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States? And the question was...
You said it, I mean, we're going to sell them F-35s. That's the only big question.
Is it part of the security agreement or no?
No, we're going to have a deal. They're going to purchase F-35s. They're buying them from Lockheed, and it's a great plane. We make, by the way, the best military equipment. You saw that during the Iran little skirmish. We make the best planes, the best missiles. We make the best defensive missiles. We make the best military equipment in the world.
Nice. Mr. Royal Highness, I would like to ask you about how you see the cooperation between the United States and Saudi Arabia in the advanced technological field, especially AI, and how it will support Saudi Arabia to serve its goal to achieve the vision of 2030.
Well, I will try to answer that in short, but definitely there's a lot of interest in many industries between Saudi Arabia and America, and we are signing a lot of agreements in different areas that will really add value to American economy, but also will add value to us in Saudi Arabia. And AI, it's critical for us because one of long-term problems that we could have is lack of workforce. As you've seen in the past few years, some of them reached 30% of the global migration to Saudi Arabia. So we know that to assure the Saudi Arabia GDP growing with the lack of workforce that we have, we need to use a lot of computing power to replace job in the long term. So that's huge demand in Saudi Arabia, and we want to link it to American private sectors and getting the supply from America. So there's a lot of opportunities in that area.
And we're also involved in AI in Saudi Arabia. So we're working, and we're leading by a lot on AI. China would be in second place, but we're leading by a lot. And I have to say this, and our relationship with China has been very good. And as far as buying our farm products, they're pretty much on schedule. Scott, I'd like you to call them, say if they could speed it up. Okay, but they're pretty much on schedule.
I may have a question for both the conference.
Who are you from?
Faisal Abbas from Arab News, Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency.
You should be a friendly question.
Your Royal Highness, just picking up on something you've just mentioned about how some people try to destroy the relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United States. Perhaps, since the launch of the vision, we've been used to having the bigger picture and that everything fits into the bigger picture. Might you want to elaborate a little bit about where is the relationship, the bilateral relationship, the strategic partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States heading, and what's the big picture there?
Well, I don't think it's a relation that we can replace it from the Saudi side or the American side. It's a critical relationship for our political attempt, for our economical attempt, for our security, for our military, for many things. And it has been there for 9 decades. And the opportunities that we have today, it's huge. And seems that it's going to get deeper in the next few decades. And what we are having today and tomorrow with President Trump, it's really a huge new chapter in this relation that will add value to both of us.
You know, when you think about it, I'm just sitting here. You're with the future king, a man who's respected by everybody, a man that doesn't have to be doing this, really. I don't have to be doing it either. And yet, we're sitting here taking questions, we didn't say, oh, you can't talk about this. And there's never been transparency like this, even in his country. But there's never been, in our country, that's been acknowledged. But we didn't put restrictions. And I'm saying it's sort of wonderful to be taking questions from all over the world. Everybody's here. This is just a small group representative of tremendous numbers of media that are outside that are very jealous that these people were so selected, but they're representing a lot of people that are outside. I think it's terrific that we could be sitting here being this open, and you know, I think it's really a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I don't mind, I have a personal question for you.
Okay, here we go. I should have said that.
So apart from everything you mentioned in your opening remarks, you forgot to mention that you've de-escalated 7 wars since you started. At least in our part of the world, you are seen as a peacemaker. And adding that to all the executive orders and everything else you've mentioned, I really have to wonder, you, in your speech in Saudi Arabia, I was there, you said that His Royal Highness does not sleep at night thinking how he does things better. We wonder in Saudi Arabia, how do you manage your own time? And what's your formula for managing?
He does not sleep much, and I don't sleep much. I think we have the same schedule. We're thinking about our countries. And if you sleep a lot and you're president, we just had one that slept more than any president. He broke every record. He sleeps all the time, during the day, during the night, on the beach. The only guy could fall asleep on the beach with the press watching. No, he's not a sleeper. I'm not a sleeper. We don't. We talk at night. We can talk. I can call him almost any time. He goes, hi, how you doing? It's like the craziest times. But no, when you love your job, when you love your country, and when you're in a position like we are, future king, highly respected, crown prince, and in my case, president, you're thinking about your country. You're thinking about making America great again. We're thinking about keeping Saudi Arabia strong and vital and in a pretty tough part of the world, tricky part, a lot of tricky people.
Seguimos escuchando a Donald Trump, el presidente de Estados Unidos, que vuelve a lanzar mensajes a China. Le ha dicho al secretario del Tesoro, le ha dicho a Scott Bessent que le diga a China que acelere la compra de soja. Matiza, eso sí, que la relación con China siempre ha sido muy buena. Seguimos escuchando a la Casa Blanca, seguimos mirando los mensajes de Donald Trump.
Civil nuclear, but you have more oil than almost anybody else. We actually have more oil and gas than they do, when I refuse to say that. We have more than, we have more than anybody.
On the F-35s, are those sales, Israel have reportedly wanted those sales to be conditioned on Saudi Arabia moving to normalize.
Israel will be happy. Israel's going to be happy.
Condition of the F-35.
Israel's aware, and they're going to be very happy. Okay? Yeah, please. Hello.
Hi, hello. My name is Anna Hazan from Shakal newspaper, from Riyadh. I have a question for the Crown Prince and for the President. Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, how much you expected from developing cooperation with the United States in the field of new energy, AI, supply chain? How much you expected from that?
No limit. We just continue pushing forward. There's no limit. So we just push forward for all the opportunities that we have.
This is, you have to understand, this is really a great ally. Yeah. Just the fact that they're now doing, I came in here at 6, I did not know that. I was pushing for the 1 trillion, but he didn't tell me that. Now he told me. This is a great ally of ours. You know, when you invest $1 trillion, that's national security for us too, because it creates jobs, it creates a lot of things. And I would say, Scott, right, when you hear one country is putting $1 trillion into the United States, that creates national security. And, you know, I think that they don't have to say that, but I think a big part of that is also the fact that tariffs are in play. But even beyond tariffs, that's a real ally that will do that. Creates a lot of power for the United States.
Mr. President, we are also in Saudi Arabia very happy for this much of Saudi.
Right, for the relationship.
Money is a function here, and of course it's come back for us for business. So it's complementary interest. So this is the friend and ally do.
Well, look, I love the country of Saudi Arabia. I know the people very well. The level of treatment that we go when we go to Saudi Arabia is something that is incredible. And the people like us, and I think they really like America, especially when I'm president. I mean, I don't think they liked America so much maybe for 4 years recently. I think Obama treated Saudi Arabia very, very badly, as you know. And I think Biden didn't have any idea where the hell he was. I don't think Biden knew the difference.
How would you describe the future relationship with Saudi Arabia? I mean, from the secondary aspects. How
would I say the relationship is with? I would say top of the line. It's as good as it can. I don't think it can get much better. We have a country that trusts us, and that's why they make that investment. If they didn't trust us, they couldn't make that investment. And we trust them. They've been very reliable. Now I rebuilt our military in my first term. And we spent trillions of dollars, and we gave away some of it in Afghanistan stupidly because we had stupid people running our country. But we gave away. But that's as much as it was. It's a tiny fraction of what we put here, and we're bringing our military to a new level, the highest level ever. We have those plans are going out, and again, it's all American jobs and everything, so it's good for a lot of reasons. But as far as Saudi is concerned, no, I don't think our relationship could be better. I don't think they had a great relationship under Biden, and I don't think they had a great relationship under Obama. But they have a great relationship under Trump. When we did the presidential Walk of Fame, you saw that, right? And we're walking, and I asked the Crown Prince, so outside of Trump, because I blow everyone away, who was the best president for Saudi Arabia? And you could, maybe it's an interesting answer.
The most vote was South did, Democrat, and Reagan is one of the historical presidents that have close ties with Saudi Arabia. But we've worked with all presidents.
Does Trump blow them all away?
No, it's not about me, Mr. President.
And Trump doesn't give a fist bump. I grabbed that hand. I don't give a hell where that hand's been. I grabbed that hand. Remember Biden? He travels for 20 hours, gets out, and he gives a fist bump. No. When you get out of the plane and you got the future king and the man who's one of the most respected people in the world, you shake his hand. You don't give him a fist bump, right? We don't want to ask you about that, but I can't imagine you were thrilled. You were like a little bit surprised. He's a fantastic guy. You don't do that. Yeah, please.
We're getting closer to the end of the year. Have you started the interviews for the Fed chair?
Yes.
Who have you interviewed?
I think I already know my choice.
Who is it?
Well, I liked him, but he's not going to take the job. He refused. You like Treasury better, right?
Much better, sir.
So we are talking to various people, and frankly, I'd love to get the guy currently in there out right now, but people are holding me back. He's done a terrible job, hurting housing a little bit. The truth is, we've been so successful, we've blown past his interest rate stupidity. He's been wrong. That's why I call him too late. He's too late. Jerome Too Late Powell. He was recommended to me by a guy that made a bad choice. And it's too bad. But despite that, it's having very little impact because we have all of these things happening. But it has an impact on housing to a certain extent. He's a fool. He's a stupid man. But we have some very good people.
Yes, sir. You'll be sitting down with them in the near future.
We have some surprising names, and we have some standard names that everybody's talking about. And we may go the standard way. It's nice to every once in a while go, politically correct. But we have some great names. Steve?
Have they talked to President Maduro of Venezuela yet? Or you
No, he wants to talk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm open to talk. I talk to everybody. But no, he wants to. They treated us very badly. They sent all of their prison population into the United States, and we're getting them out rapidly. But he sent all of us, and he sends drugs into the United States and other things. No, he treated us badly. He was dealing with a bad president, and he was able to get away. We have now, I think we have the strongest borders anywhere in the world. Nobody's coming in unless they come in legally. You know, we're taking very weak borders where millions of people came in. For the last 6 months, I mean, I don't do these reports. They say 0 people have been able to come in. Is that pretty good? I don't know if that number's right, but it's pretty
Mr. President, why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
You know, it's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that same exact question nicely. You're all psyched up. Somebody psychs you over at ABC. They're going to psych it. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter. As far as the Epstein files is, I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert. And I guess I turned out to be right. But you know who does have? Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who ran Harvard, was with him every single night, every single weekend. They lived together. They went to his island many times. I never did. Andrew Weissman, I hear. All these guys were friends of his. You don't even talk about those people. You just keep going on the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today. It's a hoax. Now, I just got a little report, and I put it in my pocket, of all the money that he's given to Democrats. He gave me none, 0, no money to me, but he gave money to Democrats. And people are wise to your hoax, and ABC's your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it now?
I think the license should be taken away from ABC because your news is so fake and it's so wrong. And we have a great commissioner, chairman, who should look at that, because I think when you come in and when you're 97% negative to Trump and then Trump wins the election in a landslide, that means obviously your news is not credible and you're not credible as a reporter. So I've answered your question. You should go and look at the Democrats who received money from Epstein, who spent their time. Larry Summers was with them all the time. That creep, the fund guy, was with him all the time. What's his name? Reid Hoffman. I don't know Reid Hoffman, but I know he spends a lot of money on the radical left. Reid Hoffman, in my opinion, should be under investigation. He's a sleazebag. And those are the people, but they don't get any press, they don't get any news, and you're not after the radical left because you're a radical left network. But I think the way you ask a question with the anger and the meanness is terrible. And you got to go back and learn how to be a reporter. No more questions from you. Who else has a question?
Prince, very quickly, I want to ask you, how much money is Saudi Arabia giving for Gaza reconstruction?
We have a discussion about that. Still, there is no amount being...
Bueno, pues escuchábamos a Donald Trump, el presidente de los Estados Unidos, hablando sobre el próximo candidato a la Reserva Federal, a la FED, a la presidencia. Decía que ya piensa en las elecciones para el presidente de la Reserva Federal. Decía que tienen algunos nombres sorprendentes para ser presidente de la Reserva Federal, pero que podrían optar por el camino estándar y elegir uno de los nombres que ya ha sonado. Aparte de eso, Donald Trump también decía que está dispuesto y está abierto a hablar y a dialogar con Maduro sobre el tema de la situación que tiene ahora mismo entre Estados Unidos, las tensiones entre Estados Unidos y Venezuela. Y aparte de eso, también le preguntaban sobre Jeffrey Epstein en el día de hoy, donde decía que no tiene nada que ver con Epstein, y aparte de eso decía que lo echó de su club por ser un pervertido enfermo, y que resultaba que al final tenía razón, por lo tanto que él no tiene nada que ver con Jeffrey Epstein. Vamos a seguir escuchando a Donald Trump.
Place in the world. You're standing right now in the most powerful place in the world. And no matter how big you are, these are the biggest people, the richest people. They walk into this office. It's special, isn't it? Look at them. He's so happy to be here. But you walk into this office, it's the Oval Office, and we've done a lot of good with this office. I've stopped actually 8 wars. I appreciated your question before, but I've actually stopped 8 wars. I have another one to go with Putin. I'm a little surprised at Putin. It's taken longer than I thought, but we stopped India and Pakistan. I could go through the list. You know the list better than I do. I'm very proud. And I stopped one that was almost ready to start again. You know, there was one that was ready to start, and they're doing very well. So it all took place right here in the Oval Office, whether by telephone or whether by they came in. Many of these leaders have come in, and you know they signed their peace deals right here in the Oval Office. So no matter if it's the biggest business people in the world or the greatest leaders in the world, the biggest leaders in the world, like the gentleman on my right, everybody walks into the Oval Office and they say, wow. And now, by the way, the Oval Office is in the kind of condition that it should be in. Whether you look at the walk or the marble floors or anything down the road, we're fixing the White House. And we're building one of the greatest ballrooms ever to be built. You know, we have an event tonight, and we're going to have about 118 people because we have a very small room. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom, and now you're going to get a great ballroom. And I have to say, I probably made a lot of enemies because in your honor, we're having a dinner tonight, a beautiful dinner tonight, and we have a very small room, right? It's called the East Room, and it's beautiful, it's lovely, but it's like for a little cocktail before you go into a ballroom. It's a very small room. They wanted a new ballroom for 150 years. We could have sold the big ballroom out 3 times in honor of this gentleman. So I made a lot of enemies because I have a lot of people that are invited tonight or are unable to come because of the size constraint. But you know what we'll do before I leave office? We'll have another dinner because we'll have it ready long before I leave office, and it's going to be beautiful. It's you know, it's a very popular thing what we're doing. And by the way, no government funds. It's all put up private money, all private money. And in the case, I think it's there's a restriction on foreigners. Otherwise, I could have asked you just for a check. Okay? But there's a restriction. These are all private individuals that put up a lot of money to build the ballroom. Not one penny is being used from the federal government. So it's really a nice thing. But I look forward to it. I just pointed it out. This would be a perfect night to have that ballroom open, Susie. If we had that open, we'd have a lot of people very happy. Right now, we have a lot of unhappy people because they all want to be with us tonight to honor this great man. Thank you all very much.
Bueno, pues termina esa comparecencia entre el presidente de los Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, y también el príncipe heredero de Arabia Saudí, donde han hablado de diferentes aspectos. Lo último que decía el presidente republicano y el presidente de los Estados Unidos, líder republicano, decía precisamente Donald Trump: creo que nos llevaremos muy bien con los palestinos. Fue una guerra exitosa, creo que fue en nombre de todos que se firmara esa paz entre Israel y los palestinos. Bueno, pues aparte de eso, también decía Donald Trump que ya sabe quién será el próximo presidente de la Reserva Federal, así como decía precisamente Donald Trump que se encuentra, tiende la mano, abre las puertas a poder dialogar con el presidente de Venezuela para solucionar la situación en la que se encuentran ambos países. También Donald Trump decía que él no tiene nada que ver con Jeffrey Epstein y aparte de eso decía que él ya lo echó de su club y porque tenía razón, sabía que no era una persona de fiar. Aparte de eso, bueno, pues Donald Trump, que también ha hablado sobre otros aspectos importantes. Van ustedes a escuchar, por ejemplo, algunas de las declaraciones que ha realizado en esta rueda de prensa, donde precisamente Donald Trump, bueno, pues ha hablado sobre el gran trabajo que ha hecho el propio príncipe heredero de Arabia. Escuchen ustedes.
I'm very proud of the job he's done. What he's done is incredible in terms of human rights and everything else. And he's the Crown Prince.
Aparte de eso también le han preguntado los medios de comunicación que qué pasaba con si él tenía lazos con los negocios familiares o no, que si él metía y tenía poder en esos negocios familiares de sus hijos. Bueno, pues escuchen a Donald Trump porque lo deja bastante claro.
I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they could do a lot. And anything they've done has been very good. That's what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful. I decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was. And that it ever could have been, no matter who was president.
Pues aparte de eso, nosotros que vamos a mirar ahora también a la rueda de prensa que se estaba llevando a cabo en el Palacio de la Moncloa hace escasos segundos entre el presidente de España, Pedro Sánchez, y su homólogo ucraniano, Zelensky. Vamos a ver qué han dicho.
Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Gracias a los medios de comunicación por atender esta comparecencia y gracias también, lógicamente, a la delegación del Gobierno de España y la delegación del Gobierno ucraniano por el éxito de esta visita oficial del presidente Zelensky a España. Y quiero comenzar por ahí, ¿no? Por darte la bienvenida, querido amigo, querido Volodymyr, querido presidente Zelensky, a España, un país que es aliado, que es socio y que es amigo de Ucrania. Y para mí es un honor recibir al presidente Zelensky en el Palacio de la Moncloa y transmitirle en nombre de la sociedad española en su amplio espectro la admiración y el afecto que sentimos por el pueblo ucraniano, por el gobierno de Ucrania y también por el presidente Zelensky. Así que quiero comenzar esta breve intervención, en primer lugar, expresando el apoyo total y firme del Gobierno de España con el Gobierno de Ucrania y con su presidente al frente, con el presidente Zelensky. Lo hemos comentado en muchas ocasiones cuando hemos hablado de la guerra en Ucrania aquí en España, querido Volodymyr, y es que es verdad que geográficamente España está muy lejos de Ucrania. Y desde aquí no se pueden ver ni se pueden escuchar los bombardeos que aterrorizan a la población ucraniana día tras día, después de muchos años de guerra. Pero quiero que sepas y quiero que sepan también los ciudadanos y ciudadanas de Ucrania que los corazones de los españoles y españolas están con vosotros y que nuestras manos también lo estarán hasta que se alcance una paz justa y duradera y, por supuesto, también el horizonte europeo de Ucrania, su pertenencia a la Unión Europea, a la familia a la que quieren pertenecer. Y lo hacemos primero por solidaridad, segundo por coherencia y tercero por responsabilidad. Porque sabemos que la guerra que está librando Ucrania contra el neoimperialismo de Putin es también una guerra que trata de debilitar el proyecto europeo y lo que representa el proyecto europeo por el que tanto hemos trabajado también desde España desde hace ya 40 años de nuestro ingreso en la hoy conocida como Unión Europea. En la reunión que hemos mantenido, quisiera decirle a los medios de comunicación, tanto el presidente Zelensky como yo mismo y las delegaciones de ambos gobiernos, nos han informado de la situación sobre el terreno, nos han solicitado también, como no puede ser de otra manera, esa solidaridad urgente para poder afrontar este invierno y proteger a su población del frío, de los cortes de suministro y de las bombas rusas. Y les he asegurado al gobierno de Ucrania, al presidente Zelensky, que España acudirá a esa llamada, como venimos haciendo desde el inicio de esta invasión. Y le he transmitido dos anuncios importantes que ahora me gustaría también compartir con los medios de comunicación y con la opinión pública española y, por supuesto, también con la ucraniana. En primer lugar, he compartido con el presidente Zelensky que a lo largo del próximo mes España va a movilizar un nuevo paquete de apoyo militar a Ucrania por un importe de 615 millones de euros. Este paquete incluirá, en primer lugar, el envío de nuevo equipamiento defensivo por un valor aproximado de 300 millones de euros y como parte de nuestro acuerdo bilateral de seguridad, que como recordarán son 1.000 millones de euros que hemos comprometido también este año en materia de seguridad con Ucrania. En segundo lugar, junto con esos 300 millones de euros, la transferencia de 100 millones de euros al programa PURL de la OTAN, que servirán para financiar la adquisición urgente, acelerada, de sistemas de defensa que necesitan las Fuerzas Armadas ucranianas. Y finalmente, la transferencia de 215 millones de euros.
The generosity of Jim McGovern, Representative McGovern, for granting us this time. I'm embarrassed for my own party today. I'm embarrassed we withheld signing in, swearing in a duly representative of the people for 49 days just to avoid this vote that's finally going to happen today. I'm embarrassed that my own party isn't going to yield me time to debate this, even though they say they support it and I authored it. They don't even want to yield me time to debate this during the bill debate. But I'm thankful. Let me tell you who I'm thankful to. These three brave women, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. They have been threatened. They have been intimidated. Physically, politically, it's disgusting. And not by the far left. They have been intimidated by people in our own party. And for what? For seeking justice for these victims. So my hat's off. I congratulate them for standing strong. I've always wondered, where were the Republican men during this battle? We've taken 5 months. These three women and I have had to drag our party to this floor today to even vote on this. And Ro Khanna is the most to be thanked here in an extraordinary display of bipartisanship. He did not hesitate when I asked if we wanted to bring this bill to the floor together, if he would stand in the trenches with me. He said yes. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Boy, we need to get facts straight here. President Trump's DOJ, in his first term, arrested and prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein. We, on our side, want justice to prevail in this case and in every case. Speaker Johnson has always been clear that if the discharge petition reached the necessary signatures, that the House would consider the legislation, and that's what we're providing for in our rule today. In fact, as soon as the petition hit 218 votes last Wednesday, House Republicans offered a unanimous consent request to pass the legislation then. However, the Democrat leader would not give consent to do that last week. Why? Because they're not really interested in this. They're interested in some other things. And Mr. Speaker, I have to correct the record. Mr. Massey did not request time from me. I'm the person who controls the time on the Republican side, and he did not request time from me, or I would have given him time. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'd like to now recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina for 5 minutes, Nancy Mace.
Gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleagues today for the time, Mr. McGovern and Mr. Khanna, for the 5 minutes on the floor to speak about an issue that is not political for me. Helping the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his horrific, gruesome, brutal sex trafficking ring is deeply personal. And while we often have many disagreements about a lot of issues, maybe most issues, Today, they are allowing us to speak on the floor, and I want to thank my colleagues, Congressman Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert, the four of us making history today over the discharge petition and delivering justice for those who have desperately fought for it for, in some cases, almost 30 years. I wore white today because I wanted to reflect on the innocence of the young women who had their innocence stolen from a demon named Jeffrey Epstein, from demons, friends of his, rich and powerful people who stole their innocence as young as 14 years old. It was taken from them and they've never gotten it back. I'm also wearing white today to recognize the courage that it takes for women to come forward, the sacrifices to them personally, professionally, financially, the embarrassment, the humiliation, the shame that we still deliver on the backs of women who have been brutalized, who've been raped, who've been assaulted. The shame that the media pours over their heads, that their colleagues, their friends, their neighbors, their loved ones, because you come forward and because you talk about sexual assault, you are not a slut. It's not because of what you wore. You're not a whore. But that's how women are treated, and you're not lying. And I want every woman to know, every Epstein survivor to know, every woman across the country who is a survivor, who is a victim of assault, that today we see you. And this fight and this vote tonight, I see it is about the Epstein victims, but it's about much more than the Epstein victims. This is about the powerless, taking power away from the very powerful. This is about giving women who never had a voice, giving a voice to the voiceless. This is about their sacrifice. This is about having and recognizing their courage. This is about justice for the Epstein victims, but it's also about hope. Earlier this year, I gave a speech right here on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, detailing trauma that I experienced, endured, and am a survivor of, that I accidentally uncovered 2 years ago, almost to the day. And today, I still don't have justice, like millions of women across the country. When I spoke out, I got attacked. When I spoke out, I was shamed. When I spoke out, I was defamed and smeared. And that goes on today, right now, in the present. God sure has a funny way of working through us. I, like many of the Epstein survivors and many other survivors across the country, I don't think I will ever heal from the destruction my abuser did to me. But I can heal by being a vessel and being a voice for all those who need it. And that's why we are here today. That is why I will never abandon a single survivor ever. And I will never waver. I spent my morning talking to law enforcement and others about another potential Jane Doe number 5, who may be another sexual assault victim in the case that I uncovered 2 years ago. It's very difficult for us to come forward, but I want to thank the women who have, the Epstein victims, the victims in the case that I uncovered. I want to thank all of you for being a voice, for giving me hope. Maybe one day I too can get justice. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues want Americans to believe that this discharge petition and underlying legislation are the be-all and end-all in this investigation. However, it's House Republicans who've worked tirelessly to achieve true justice for victims. To date, the significant information that has come out has come from the Oversight and Government Reform Committee as a result of its issuing 13 subpoenas. We've released 65,000 pages of documents from the Department of Justice, the Epstein estate, which was not mentioned in the underlying legislation, former U.S. attorney, and others. Let me state again, the unanimous consent request to pass the legislation immediately last week was blocked by the minority leader. Full stop. If Democrats truly cared about finding justice immediately for victims, this legislation would have been passed last week. Instead, they want political theater to capitalize on. House Republicans, on the other hand, remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice for Epstein's victims, not political points. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining.
I yield myself 3.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, all that is necessary for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. And we've had a lot of good men doing a lot of nothing on the other side of the aisle until we did something. 3 brave women and myself and the Democrat caucus. We did something. And then what did they do? They've opposed us every step of the way. They've lied about the legislation. Let me tell you some of the lies they've told. They've said that it doesn't protect victims. Well, if that is so, why were dozens of victims with us today at a press conference urging this body to pass this legislation? It's because this legislation specifically protects victims. They've said this legislation does not prevent the release of child pornography. Of course it does. We have a specific provision in our legislation to prevent that. They've said so many falsehoods about this legislation, but now they're going to vote for it, hopefully enthusiastically. But really, they've been drugged to this. Our judicial system is broken. If it were working, there wouldn't be 1,000 victims who haven't seen justice yet. They are victims of the Epstein class. I begrudge nobody success that they become a billionaire. But if you think being a billionaire or buying politicians keeps you out of the judicial system, lets you rape young women, lets you traffic women, you've got another thing coming when this bill passes. Do not let the Senate muck this up. There have already been efforts to derail this, our discharge petition. The Oversight Committee has released thousands, tens of thousands of documents. That's fine. Keep working. How many names have you released? 0. You are still protecting, or the DOJ is protecting, pedophiles and sex traffickers. The time for that to stop is now. Now, our speaker says, oh, this bill needs amended in the Senate, and specifically, he's trying to create a loophole. He's trying to categorize the pedophiles as victims. He's saying, oh, we don't embarrass the people that went to the rape island. We should protect those names against unreliable accusations. Is he calling all of these victims unreliable? They've testified to the FBI. The FBI has these names in their possession. I asked the FBI director in a hearing, have you looked at the documents? No, he trusts everybody that's been there for decades. That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island. That is what they have coming. In fact, they need to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed, but some of them need to go to prison, and the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail. And until then, this is still a cover-up. I urge my Senate colleagues, do not muck up this bill. The president has already said he will sign it. That means he will sign the bill that we have here today. Do not change this bill. He is ready to sign it. Give it to him. Put it on his desk. Let's get justice for these victims. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves.
Is the gentlelady prepared to close?
Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield the remainder of my time to Ranking Member Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. First, let me say how much I admire the courage of my Republican colleagues who are beside me here today. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this is not about us, and it's not about politics. This is about the survivors, young girls who were exploited by powerful men who use money and power to take advantage of girls, some as young as 11 years old. The President of the United States calls it all a hoax. Can you imagine that? What an evil and disgusting thing to say. These young girls, now women, the survivors, what happened to them was horrific. They were sexually abused, many of them for years, and the President of the United States calls it all a hoax. What kind of messed up, sick in the head, immoral person says something like that? This bill is about making sure powerful men are held accountable. It's about demanding truth and transparency for the American people. Now, Republican leaders in this House lost control of the story. They lost the ability to hide behind procedure, and they lost the luxury of pretending that they were ever on the right side. The American people see it, survivors see it, and history will see it. And listening to the Speaker of the House's press conference today, I mean, it sounds like he basically wants to kill this whole thing. He's trying to obstruct and derail the process. Why the hell is he fighting so hard to do the opposite of what the survivors want? What an awful, awful thing to do. So let us release the files. Let's give survivors the transparency they've long been denied. Let us take back power from the rich billionaire elites who think they can do whatever they want with no justice or accountability. And let's remember exactly who had to be dragged here under duress and who stood up from day one demanding the truth. And with that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those of us who did not sign the discharge petition are just as concerned about the victims, or if you, as some are calling them, survivors, as our colleagues who signed the discharge petition. We share contempt for anyone who abused anyone else. I've stood on this floor many times, Mr. Speaker, to speak out for victims and survivors of people who have been abused, and against anyone who breaks the law or takes advantage of an innocent person. We will not be characterized as insensitive to that. But what House Republicans who didn't sign the discharge petition remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice for Epstein victims. Again, I'll point out that it was under President Trump's Department of Justice that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and tried. We have not tried to avoid this situation. We want things done the right way. We want maximum justice for these victims and survivors. Our rule today simply expedites consideration of the Massey-Khanna legislation And as I said, we would have liked to have seen it pass last week when we gave an opportunity for it, but it was blocked by the Democrat minority leader. I ask for support for this rule, the underlying legislation. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4405.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4405, a bill to require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 4405.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
We all support holding bad guys accountable, and we're all going to vote for this resolution. But I think a little perspective is important. Democrats have spent 6 months talking about Epstein, even though they had 4 years to do something about it. Now, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Maybe it's to go after President Trump. Never forget, they shut down the government for 43 days. They said, don't worry about our military. Don't worry about air traffic controllers. Don't worry about our economy. Don't worry about American families. No, no, no. Close the government for a month and a half because it might hurt the president. For the past decade, there's been one constant for Democrats. One constant: go after Trump. They spied on his campaign. Then it was Mueller. Then it was impeachment 1. Then it was impeachment 2. Then it was all the lawfare. Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, Letitia James. Then it was Arctic Frost investigation at the Justice Department, surveilling United States senators and congressmen and a whole host of other Americans. Then it was Jack Smith and his gag orders and his raiding President Trump's home. Then it was a 43-day shutdown, and now it's Epstein. And by the way, the same party that did all that, they were also the ones who were texting with Mr. Epstein during a hearing where Michael Cohen was their witness in another effort to go after the president. Americans see through it all, and frankly, it's actually kind of sad. This obsession, this syndrome, this mindset that says we got to go after President Trump no matter what that they have. And I actually, when I think about it, I think it's because President Trump and Republicans have accomplished so much that they told the voters they were going to accomplish in the 2024 election. We're actually doing what we said we were going to do. President Trump said he was going to cut taxes, and he did. President Trump said he would secure the border, and he did. President Trump said he'd get men out of women's sports, and he did. President Trump said he would make sure Iran doesn't have nuclear capability, and he did. And he said he would get the hostages out of Gaza back into Israel, and he did. All in 9 months. So I don't know what causes this mindset, this syndrome that the left has, but I know one thing. I know one thing. It is real. Which brings me to last week. Think about what the Democrats did last week. The Democrats released an email that the Oversight Committee had obtained from the estate. An email from Mr. Epstein to Ms. Maxwell. When the Democrats released it, they redacted the victim's name. Something we all support. Something everyone supports. Except in this case, no court had ordered that name redacted. No agency had redacted it. And the estate didn't redact it. And the victim had already went public. So why black out her name? Why black out her name? Because she had said in her book and had testified under oath that she never saw any wrongdoing by President Trump. So think about what they did. In an email between two criminals, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, in an email between two criminals, they hide the name of an individual who had went public and exonerated the president. And we know why. To distort and twist the message because they thought it might harm the president. Their position, cover up the names of people who are already public, but don't worry about other innocent people who the court said should remain private. Again, I think the American people see through it. They see through what the Democrats are doing. The American people know what this is. They know Democrats have nothing else to run on because of the success of this administration. So I say, let's vote yes on this resolution, and then let's get focused on making sure we're doing what the American families elected us to do. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, 4 months and 3 days after Mr. Khanna and Mr. Massey introduced their discharge petition, perhaps the most famous discharge petition in American history, the People's House unites across party lines to draw a moral line. We draw a line against the rape and sexual violation of children. We draw a line against the global criminal trafficking of girls and young women to service the pleasure of rich and powerful men who believe they are beyond all law and all morality. We draw a line to put the voices of the victims and the survivors first. We ask the Senate to join us without changes rather than obstruct this bill with dilatory amendments, legislative graffiti, and self-dealing million-dollar jackpot provisions for lucky senators. Just pass the bill. We're finally voting today because a bipartisan discharge petition led by Representatives Massey and Khanna and signed by 218 of us overthrew the determined obstruction of the Speaker. This forced vote means the House will no longer acquiesce in this astonishing real-time cover-up of a multi-billion-dollar global sex trafficking and child rape ring that has ravaged the lives of more than 1,000 girls and young women. We are here today because these victims, these survivors, these citizens, these inspiring women who have come to Washington are demanding nothing less than justice and the complete truth about who is responsible for their vicious abuse, including those responsible for enabling it, ignoring it, bankrolling it, and covering it up. We join them today in rejecting any more dangerous lies about the crimes they suffered. No, child sex abuse is not a hoax. It's a crime. Human trafficking is not a hoax. It's a crime. These crimes are a curse on children and young people across America, in universities and elementary schools, in churches and mosques and synagogues, in Boy Scout troops and college sports teams and summer camps. Anywhere the powerful and the rich believe they've got the opportunity and the impunity to exploit the young, the poor, the powerless, and the vulnerable. We must face the truth and find the co-conspirators still at large in one of America's most extensive and sophisticated sex trafficking and child abuse rings in history. Release of the file will expose the role of everybody who facilitated and covered up these crimes, like J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and Bank of New York Mellon, which executed billions of dollars in transactions related to these offenses, as well as any bank executives who participated in the sexual abuse of girls and young women. We must expose everyone who covered up these crimes, like Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney in Miami, Donald Trump's labor secretary, who gave Jeffrey Epstein an unbelievable sweetheart plea deal, immunized the unnamed conspirators, and killed an investigation into Epstein's financial crimes that could have brought down the entire criminal network. And with that, I'm going to yield. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished chair of the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer, the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Oversight Committee, I've always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. For years, the American people have demanded transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes and about the federal government's failure to protect the victims. The House Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough review of the federal government's investigation into Epstein. Our work goes far beyond the legislation before us today. We are committed to accountability, transparency, and justice for the American people and for the survivors of these appalling crimes. To date, the Oversight Committee has released more than 65,000 pages of documents, issued 13 subpoenas, and conducted interviews with 2 key witnesses, both of whom were Republicans. The Trump administration has provided us with Department of Justice materials and access to suspicious activity reports. Unfortunately, throughout this investigation, Democrats have chosen to manufacture yet another anti-Trump hoax instead of pursuing justice. They have mischaracterized witness testimony and selectively released documents complete with targeted redactions in an effort to smear President Trump. For example, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2019 Epstein investigation, stated clearly under oath that the prosecution team found no evidence that President Trump committed wrongdoing. Despite this simple and straightforward fact, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, moments after that deposition, tiptoed out and publicly claimed that, quote, Barr could not clear Trump of wrongdoing. That was a lie, and we have the transcript to prove it. I invite the media to read the transcript. When the Oversight Committee interviewed former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, Democrats whipped themselves into a frenzy trying to manufacture a gotcha moment, but they failed. Mr. Acosta dismantled the Democrats' narrative. His testimony confirmed there was no contact between President Trump and Mr. Acosta and no connection between President Trump in the Epstein case. Next, Democrats resorted to selective leaks and doctored documents to mislead the American people. Oversight Committee Republicans have posted 65,000 pages of documents we have received to date. Democrats, by contrast, have released fewer than 12. In their latest selective leak, Democrats released just three of the 23,000 pages of documents from the Epstein estate. And they made redactions to 2 of those emails that changed both the context and the meaning of the 3 pages they released. When CNN called them out for their deceptive redactions, Representatives Stansbury and Crockett tried to blame Republicans for their own edits, for the Democrat Oversight Committee edits. After Democrats released only 3 emails, Republicans released over 23,000 pages. And what did Democrats say in response? When we released every single document that we got, they claimed full transparency was meant to, quote, disorient or distract from their manufactured narrative. These are the same Democrats who chant, release the files every day until the files contradict the story they want to tell. That is the definition of hypocrisy. In contrast, full transparency exposed how Epstein appears to be TDS patient zero. The emails reveal a journalist coached Epstein to blackmail then presidential candidate Donald Trump.
The gentleman is recognized.
The files also show that a House Democrat colluded with Epstein during the 2019 oversight hearing to discredit witness with a vendetta against President Trump. And unsurprisingly, Democrats have been silent about their colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should just point out that we've heard now from the 2 distinguished chairmen of the Judiciary and the Oversight Committee, and they've spoken almost exclusively to denounce Democrats. We have a bipartisan coalition here demanding the truth about the largest child sex abuse and trafficking ring, perhaps in American history, certainly in this century, and they want to just throw stones at the Democrats. What a remarkable failure of leadership we're seeing from the other side. And I imagine that the chairman of the Oversight Committee will follow up his spectacular failure in trying to impeach President Biden with his spectacular solution we brought to the floor today. I'm happy to yield 1 minute. Excuse me, you're not recognized, whoever's speaking. And I'd like to yield 1 minute to the very distinguished minority leader on the House Oversight Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to hear Republicans and certainly the chairman of our committee finally wanting transparency on this issue. It is time to end this White House cover-up now. Now, we know that Donald Trump has tried everything to kill our Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and he's failed. And now he's panicking. He's about to lose his Epstein vote to force the Department of Justice to release the files. And let's be crystal clear. Trump has the power to release the files today. He does not even need a vote. And he continues to defy the subpoena of the Oversight Committee to release all the files. What is Donald Trump hiding? What is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, hiding? Why won't they release the Epstein files right now? And he must explain to the public why he moved sex trafficker and monster Ghislaine Maxwell to a cushy, low-security prison after her interview with Trump's personal lawyer. He should declare, and every Republican should say, that she does not deserve a pardon or a commutation.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I grant him 20 more seconds.
We don't care how much money you have, what party you're in, how powerful you are. We should get justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. And our work on the committee is not over. Next up are the bank and financial records to follow and expose Epstein's network. Today, there should be a unanimous vote on releasing the files, and we will get justice. And with that, I yield back.
And we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California and member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Kyler.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have consistently called for the maximum possible level of transparency when it comes to the heinous crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why I've consistently said I am inclined to vote for this bill, and it's why I will be doing so today. The victims deserve the truth. They deserve justice, and they deserve closure. For months, they've had to wake up every day and see the name of their tormentor on the front page of every newspaper, on every TV channel, as has the broader American public. This issue has been so politicized by so many people in so many ways, which is deeply unfortunate when we're talking about matters of the highest sensitivity and untold suffering. It is my hope that the passage of this resolution today, together with the work of the Oversight Committee, will lead to the expeditious release of all pertinent material so that we can move on. Let's get accountability, let's get answers, and let's get this over with. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the Judiciary Committee.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of girls, children, were abused by Jeffrey Epstein and his massive and powerful ring of pedophiles and protectors of pedophiles. We can't say all their names here. We don't have time. But let's at least bring a few of the courageous survivors and their names onto the House floor right here as we debate this. Haley Robson, Jenna Lisa Jones, Michelle Licata, Ashley Rubright, Annie Farmer, Marina Lacerda, Rachel Benavides. These women have carried a burden that they never should have had to bear. And today they demand, we demand, the American people demand that we answer their clarion call to justice. Today, despite all the giant cover-up attempts by this administration and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all the Epstein files. To be clear, there is no protection for pedophiles, no protection for the rich and powerful men of either party who participated, who turned a blind eye, who winked and grinned while witnessing the horrific abuses of young children. Release all the damn files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina and member of our committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been very supportive of this effort, specifically to bring justice to the victims of this horrific series of crimes. However, I have worked behind the scenes to raise concerns with this petition as it is currently drafted. Specifically, I believe that there is grave risk at harming innocent people. And I repeat, harming innocent people. When innocent people are harmed, that is not furthering justice. With an investigation of this size and a file that is as large as the Epstein files and as poorly defined as that is in this petition, there will invariably be people who are released pursuant to this discharge petition who had nothing to do with criminal activity. Imagine, if you will, a bellman, a waiter, some type of doorman, a mere social attendee who had no impact whatsoever on the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein, no participation. Their lives are forever ruined. And I'm reading specifically from the petition's language that prohibited grounds for withholding information in this file are embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. And I would just submit, if you were going to be embarrassed, if you were going to suffer social harm, and that is all of the encompassed activity that you were a part of, you will be named in this petition. And I resent that. Innocent people should not be harmed when we are pursuing justice. I understand the political nature of this petition. I resent the fact that there was not room for good faith amendments. And I urge the Senate to protect innocent people. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I'm yielding 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Representative Kamlager Duff.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 3 women and girls around the world are physically and sexually assaulted each year. Of the 152 women in this body, that means 51 women. It includes your daughters, your sisters, your nieces, your mothers. And with the Epstein files, we have a chance to change that. But real talk, the administration doesn't need a discharge petition. It has not complied with the subpoena, and it has the power to release the files today. Instead, the man in the most most powerful position in the world, has used the full weight of the government to block and obfuscate and deflect the full release of the files. It is the same person who intimidated female members of Congress to withdraw names from the petition, who responded quiet piggy to a female reporter who asked about the files, and who nominated an alleged sexual predator to be our AG. It is the same person whose name appears more than any other in the Epstein emails. And in the pantheon of violence, a sexual predator is the worst of the worst. So why protect him? It's also curious that the judiciary is managing this debate and has not even had this come before the committee. I wonder why. Release the files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, Chairman of the Constitution Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Today, a united Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to increase transparency regarding the egregious abuses by Jeffrey Epstein, a goal that anyone of conscience desires. That is, in totality, an important statement to check the rich and the powerful. Remember how we got here. After decades, it was President Trump's Department of Justice that indicted Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019. It was President Trump's DOJ that arrested and indicted Ms. Maxwell. It was the Republican-led Oversight Committee, through 13 subpoenas, that has released 65,000 pages of files in just 10 months. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have largely ignored this issue. It was Democrats who redacted an email to mislead the American people about the truth of a witness that exonerated President Trump. It was a Democrat, Representative Placette, who literally texted with Jeffrey Epstein as we questioned Michael Cohen. It was Democrats who shut down the government, resulting in the delay of swearing in of members. As we vote to pass this legislation, and it will pass, it is impossible, however, to avoid problems with its politicization. One colleague has offensively gone so far as to say that to oppose this bill means you support pedophiles. Yet I know good public servants, former law enforcement, former prosecutors who never knew Epstein, never knew any visitors to his criminal enterprise, who have genuine concerns about supporting this bill out of fear of creating new victims or harming existing victims, or both. That is what we've reduced Congress to, inserting itself into the prosecutorial process for political motivations, driven heavily by hatred of President Trump. We should be concerned about victim privacy, concerned about risking disclosure of non-credible allegations, of child sexual abuse materials, future investigations. But here's the deal. The leaders of this nation must expose abuses by the rich and the powerful. That is why President Trump and the House have been working for full transparency. But we should be motivated by truth and justice for all, not politics. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Clark, the minority whip.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This should be an easy vote. This is about justice for the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. This is about every victim of trafficking and sexual abuse, monstrous crimes that thrive in secrecy and fear. Yet instead of shining a light on that darkness, just moments ago, Donald Trump defended the continued obstruction of releasing these files. Even as House Republicans prepare to vote yes today, Speaker Johnson is calling this a show vote. He's calling it dangerous. He is signaling the U.S. Senate to block it. Republicans continue to use their power to shield rich pedophiles from justice. If you can't stand up for these survivors, how can anyone trust you to stand up for them? I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
We yield.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman reserve?
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yes, just very quickly, what happened under the Biden administration? Well, under the Biden administration, Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted for conspiring to sexually abuse and traffic girls in 2020. Right when it's in 2021, she was convicted in December of 2021 after a month-long trial in Judge Nathan's courtroom. In 2022, Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison under the Biden administration for sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors. But when President Trump took office in January of 2025, they killed the investigation. They assembled all the materials, they got all the prosecutors together, and they terminated the investigation. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support to release the Epstein files. First, this issue is beyond party. It's a question of justice. Survivors have waited too long. Stop the delay. This is not a hoax. Release the files. Second, we must face a hard truth. Silence that shields the powerful is a betrayal of those they hurt. Congress must reject any attempt, including a presidential pardon or any form of clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell. This cannot be done. This would be a cover-up. We cannot allow clemency of any kind for Maxwell, not now, not ever. Survivors deserve justice. I urge a strong yes vote. Thank you. I
Yields
yield
back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his eloquent remarks. Pardons are for people who are contrite. Pardons are for people who are repentant. Pardons are not for people who lie. Every member of this body should immediately, verbally, vocally denounce the idea of clemency, commutation, or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, and we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves.
I yield 30 seconds to Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized.
There were thousands of girls and young women abused, trafficked, and used by Epstein, the elite and the powerful who believed they could get away with it. Epstein told the young victims that he controlled the banks and the government. Those women refused to be silenced, and today they have pierced the dark with their light. Anytime any girl is trafficked, molested, or abused, the world must stand up. Today, the House proves Jeffrey Epstein wrong. The Senate must do the same tomorrow.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California. 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, a minute and a half or an hour, the words would still have to be the same. We've all said that this will pass the House, perhaps unanimously today. I think all of us who have looked at the details of this particular bill know that it is flawed, and that before it goes to the president's desk, it has to be amended as it can be amended in the Senate. And we call on the Senate to amend it so that we protect the innocent, so that we have the provisions that were intended perhaps to be in this bill but are not properly written. With that, President Trump has said, get it to his desk, he will sign it. President Trump has said he will do it. But I'm going to say to all of us, it is also important that we remember that Epstein is dead, but people live on, people who were innocent, people who in fact should not be named. We're not talking about the rich and the powerful. We're talking about the very victims. That is what we need to make sure is amended before it goes to the president's desk. And with that, I thank the chairman for his time. I think no more needs to be said that this body will vote for it all, but let's not kid ourselves. It has to be changed so that it properly protects both the tradition of the grand jury and clearly those innocent people that would otherwise be swept up. And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
This whole bill is about protecting the innocent. Mr. Speaker, the Senate must pass the bill as we are passing it today, and as the president has said he would sign it after changing his position on the bill over the weekend when he could see the tidal wave of public opinion moving against him. Let's pass this bill, pass it in the Senate, sign the bill, and let us go ahead and release the complete file. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Arizona, Representative Ansari.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the walls are closing in on Donald Trump and his rich and powerful friends who either abused or raped children or were enabling and complicit in these heinous crimes for decades. This vote today matters, but here is the truth. Donald Trump could direct the Department of Justice to release the files today. He is choosing not to. They are already under subpoena, led by oversight Democrats, and have refused. This is an ongoing cover-up by the Trump White House, and Mike Johnson and the House has been complicit. What is Trump hiding? Why not release the files today? This is a
Time has expired.
Release the files today. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Today, I want to talk about hypocrisy. Let me be clear. I was from Jumpstart, a co-sponsor of this very bill. From the beginning, we should never protect pedophiles. But for months, my Democratic colleagues have done what they think is politically convenient through all the yelling, through all the tears, through all the sadness. They say releasing the Epstein list is of grave concern to them. If that was true, where were they during the 4 years of the Biden presidency? Why didn't they demand the release of these files from Jumpstart in year 1? Mr. Speaker, why didn't they ask for them in year 2? Or if that wasn't good enough, maybe in year 3, they had control, or not even in his final year of office. Other than a single letter the ranking member wrote in 2019, a single letter, not one Democrat on the committee spoke out about Epstein or his victims of this very terrible tragedy, other than to say that he didn't like the plea deal. Let me say this. When they stand here today insisting how badly they want these files released, why didn't they do it? Yet they stayed silent for year after year after year after year under Joe Biden. It's impossible. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to see that as genuine. What I see is a group more focused on scoring political points and drama than on protecting abused children. The record is clear. Under Republicans, far more information has been released in the last 6 months than was done during all 4 years of the previous presidency under Joe Biden. We've actually been the party of transparency. We've released the information. We've told the truth. Unfortunately, and I'm sad to say it, they have been the party of hypocrisy. Mr. Chair, I reel back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
You know, I've never heard a more defensive presentation in my life than what we're hearing from over there. The gentleman should spend a little less time pointing out hypocrisy and a little more time trying to ferret out cruelty, humiliation, and rape. And that's what we're working on. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Min.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I want to remind you that we are all here voting on this bill because President Trump, who has the power to release the Epstein files at any time, has refused to do so, calling this a hoax. We're here because Speaker Mike Johnson and President Trump have gone to extraordinary lengths to try to kill and delay the discharge petition, including refusing to seat Adelita Grijalva for over 40 days and threatening House Republicans who signed on. Now, several of my Republican colleagues have accused those of us House Democrats who support justice here of having Trump derangement syndrome. You all suffer from something much worse, which is pedophile protection syndrome. Stop protecting pedophiles, release the Epstein files. The victims deserve justice. I yield back.
We reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm granting, yielding 30 seconds to my friend, Representative Walkinshaw from Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
For years, Mr. Speaker, we have watched dangerous conspiracies like Pizzagate and QAnon shape our political landscape. They help fuel the rise of President Trump and were built on baseless claims about secret pedophile rings, while the real documented case of child sex trafficking involving Jeffrey Epstein remains shrouded in secrecy because President Trump refuses to release the files. What is President Trump hiding? Why won't he release the files? The House finally has the opportunity to act, release the files, and let the American people see the truth. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Granting 30 seconds to the very distinguished gentlelady who is finally with us, Representative Adelita Grijalva from Arizona 7th.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the survivors, family members, and advocates who are here today and have never given up. The legislation in front of us, at its core, is about something very simple. The survivors deserve justice. The American people deserve the truth. To every survivor watching, your courage is inspiring. You are the reason why this vote is happening today. Protecting women and children from pedophiles should not be a Democratic issue, should not be a Republican issue. It should be a human rights issue and a matter of justice. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, and we reserve.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from Maryland.
Yeah, but I'll just add, they're here as honored guests of the House, and we're delighted they're here, and with that, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm granting 30 seconds to Representative Lois Franco from Florida.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for far too long, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse were failed by a justice system that minimized their suffering and prosecutors who treated young girls as if they were criminals. That was wrong, and I am here with my colleagues to promise this. We will get to the bottom of why the Epstein survivors were treated so badly, who made those decisions, and who were they protecting. No more secrecy, no more excuses. We all deserve the truth, and I thank the survivors for their courage and perseverance. Your voices are being heard.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mr.
The gentleman
Johnson.
from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for doing such an extraordinary job on all of this. For 43 long days, the Democrats held this House and the entire country hostage. Finally, with the lights back on, this body's returning to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of work to do. My colleagues on this side of the chamber are ready and eager to get back to our urgent legislative work that we promised the American people we would do. We've got to continue lowering the cost of healthcare. We've got to bring down prices for American families, and we've got to finish the regular appropriations process, just to name a few of those priorities. And I wish I could say that our first order of business would be to get to those urgent priorities, but of course we're here spending time on the floor about something else. This is something we could have resolved last week when we brought a unanimous consent to pass this discharge with the full support of the body. But our friends over here who are arguing today stalled that. They objected to it, and they wanted to have this exercise instead. And that's why we say that this is a show vote. That's what this is. They're making a show of it. And it really is a shame. We have some heroic women in the chamber today. I met with many of them a while back. They're in the gallery here. They have come forward. They have shown their faces. They've used their names to share the unspeakable tragedies that many of them were subjected to, some of them when they were very young. And it is a heroic service to the country. They are seeking justice, and the justice has been delayed for too long. The Department of Justice, many years ago, should have brought these charges. It took too long to do it. And now we're in this process of making sure all the American people get the information, but we have to do it in the right way, After 4 years of Democrat control under President Biden, they were not truthful with us about a lot of things. The Democrats insisted the border was secure. We knew it wasn't. They insisted that inflation was transitory. We knew it wouldn't be. They misled the American people about the obvious mental and physical decline of the previous commander-in-chief. And now those same Democrats are demanding transparency. Suddenly, transparency is their new word. Out of nowhere, they've taken a curious concern in the Epstein investigation, all in the name of that, in the name of transparency. But the question has been asked here many times during the debate on the floor, and everybody questioning why it is that Democrats have done this right now have to look at the obvious facts. The Democrats had all the Epstein files in their possession for 4 long years under the Biden presidency. The Biden Department of Justice had these files, and no one on this side who is breathless today about the urgency of this release ever said a word about it. And it was the Democrats who could have urged President Biden's Department of Justice to go beyond prosecuting just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but they didn't do it. And so it's a fair question to ask today, why now? Why the sudden urgent interest in Jeffrey Epstein? Look, we know why. It's because the Democrats were never interested in transparency or executing justice or protecting the victims of this unspeakable tragedy before. The simple truth is obvious for everybody to see. This is a political exercise for Democrats, and it pains me to say it. I wish that was not the truth, but it is, and it's undeniable. This is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt was to shut the government down. Democrats are using the Epstein tragedy, the unspeakable evils that this guy committed with his trafficking ring and all of the abuses that they made these young women go through. They're using that as a political weapon to try to distract from their failures as a party and to try their best to try to tie President Trump somehow into this wretched scandal. The president had nothing to do with it. He's been very clear, and he has nothing to hide. And that's why he's endorsed the vote today. I suspect this vote will be probably unanimous. But here's the important point that everybody needs to understand. We have been advocates of maximum transparency, but we have also insisted that the victims be carefully protected. The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we've got some of the most vigorous advocates on the Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee. They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the American people and to do it in a responsible manner. What do we mean by that? The bipartisan effort over there is already producing all the results that the discharge petition seeks and much, much more. Chairman Comer and all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the Epstein estate. By the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate files wouldn't even have been encompassed in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it from the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for the people who have been harmed. They should not be made to suffer any longer. We're talking about real people's lives at stake here and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game that could get hurt further. But the Democrats are rushing the release of thousands of unsubstantiated documents that may be included in this, that are going to be in the public domain with the passage of this bill. And there are serious deficiencies in the legislation that I have noted at length, and Republicans have to work to address those deficiencies in the Senate if and when this legislation is advanced. I stood before the American public today at our press conference, and I explained in detail the dangers of the discharge petition. We have posted at my website, speaker.gov, a summary. The legal counsel, a small army of lawyers, put this together. I used to be a federal court litigator. Many of my colleagues who have spoken today were. We understand the dangers of how this was haphazardly drawn up. And among them, by the way, Mr. Speaker, before I forget, I seek unanimous consent to enter into this document into the record. It's on the website. It's entitled, How the Flaws of H.R. 4405 Could Re-Victimize Epstein's Victims, Create New Victims, and Damage the Judicial System. It is dated today. Thank you. And it summarizes just 5 or 6 of the major concerns. Among them, it fails to fully protect victim privacy. It could create new categories of victims. It potentially jeopardizes grand jury secrecy. It fails to prohibit release of child sexual abuse materials that are not appropriately defined in the legislation. It jeopardizes future federal investigations, and we have national security concerns regarding classified information. We'll put this in the record because we need the legislative record to reflect what is the legislative intent behind this vote. I used to litigate cases. We would litigate federal statutes and whether or not they could survive, and legislative intent is important. And we need to say clearly for the record, as a Speaker of the House, I'm saying to you, this legislation that will pass today is flawed and it must be amended. The question is, why didn't we amend it here before we passed it? Because the authors won't allow it. Because under the rules of the House, under a discharge petition, they have to agree to consent for the legislation to be amended, and they're not doing that. So now we rely upon our partners in the other chamber to get that done, and they need to do that. The victims deserve our utmost respect. In fact, they should be saluted for their courage. And the young women who have not come forward, who are now, some of them are middle-aged women who have not come forward, also deserve our respect, and they deserve to be protected. Republicans support transparency. We want maximum transparency, especially when it comes to disclosing the names of anybody who had anything to do with these evils, anybody who conspired with or aided in any way Jeffrey Epstein. They must be brought to justice. we want the bill to be amended so it doesn't, at the same time, violate victim privacy, create new victims, disclose the names of any whistleblower or informant, cause the release of grand jury materials or child sexual abuse materials, or undermine our national security. And if and when the Senate takes this up, we will work with our colleagues over there to make sure that these things are corrected. I'll just close with this this simple thought. We've been at this a while. It's drug on for a while, but it's time for this to come to light. I expect that this will be a unanimous vote, and it will reflect what I think every member in this chamber, and I'll say this now, at least in recent days, every member of the chamber on the Democrat side, they didn't say anything for 4 years, but they're for maximum transparency now, and so is this side. But we want to do it in a respectful and careful manner so that we don't subject innocent people to further harm. And that has been the whole thing. I told all my members today I'll be voting yes on this, and I suspect almost everyone will. We'll send it to the Senate, and we hope it's corrected. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm yielding to Mr. Gomez for the sole purpose of making a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Gomez is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a point of parliamentary inquiry. Is this an appropriate time to point out that the Republicans named children's savings account in their so-called one big beautiful bill after Donald Trump, someone connected to one of the most notorious pedophiles in this country, or that the Speaker of the House just lied on the floor by stating that there was protections, there isn't protections for the victims in the Epstein bill?
The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland, you are recognized.
I am prepared to close. I've got no more speakers on my side.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Gentleman from Ohio has 30 seconds.
Can I inquire how much time is remaining?
30 seconds. Six minutes, 15 seconds.
Take 30 his.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll take the opportunity of the Speaker's presence to respond to some of the things that he said. In the very presence of the victims and the survivors who come to join us today, the Speaker said that now would be a time we should be working on urgent legislative work. Mr. Speaker, justice is urgent legislative work. The truth is urgent legislative work. The Speaker says, why now? Why now? Well, Mr. Speaker, you were the one who refused to swear in Adelita Grajova for 50 days. We would have done it 50 days ago, but she provided the 218th signature on the discharge petition. So why now? It was because of your dilatory tactics, your delay, your postponement of it. Now, the gentleman says that there are not sufficient protections. There are protections in the bill for the victims to make sure that their names will be redacted. And yet we hear even the Speaker of the House of Representatives openly inviting the U.S. Senate to start finger painting on this bill, which we have waited more than 5 months to bring to the floor. The Senate should pass the bill exactly as it's written. The president should sign it exactly as he said he would when he finally changed his mind. And the Epstein file must be released. Moreover, if the president is serious about what he's saying, he's got the power to release the Epstein file right now. Nobody's stopping him. It's within his possession. It's within his control. He can release the whole thing, and he can redact the names of the victims and others who are innocent in this process. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson said that these are unspeakable evils. Well, because of the bravery and the invincible courage of the women who've joined us today, they're no longer unspeakable. They're spoken. They're articulated. The cat is out of the bag, and we know what's been going on for decades. It's been a double standard of justice, going all the way back to Alex Acosta, who later got rewarded with a cabinet appointment in the Trump administration. Alex Acosta had a 60-count federal indictment ready to go against all kinds of people for an interstate sex trafficking conspiracy with solicitation, with child sex abuse, all of it. And he traded that 60-count federal indictment for 1 count in state court. And Jeffrey Epstein ended up getting the sweetest of sweetheart deals ever on the plea bargain front. He was free from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to do whatever he wanted and continuing to perpetrate his crimes and run his conspiracy. And then he would come and he would watch TV and spend the night in jail. And it was over in about a year after the rape and sexual abuse of hundreds and hundreds of girls. And he kept going and he kept at it. We want the whole truth to come out. This is the United States of America. Even the British monarchy wouldn't put up with this. How about the American democracy? How about we say, no way, we're not going to allow this cover-up to go on for 1 day more. And I'm glad the president changed his mind after pulling out all the stops to try to get one of our Republican colleagues to change their mind, to remove their name from the discharge petition. He gave up. And I want to salute the gentlelady from Colorado from having the courage to stand her ground in the Situation Room in the White House and say, no, she wasn't going to be bullied. No. So I'm glad the president changed his mind. But let's be clear, Mr. President, you've got the power today to release the entire file. That's what you called for. That's what Pam Bondi called for. That's what Kash Patel called for. So we don't need anybody calling for the Senate to slow things down for more weeks and more months. The American people have had it. We'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is reminded to direct your comments to the chair and not your colleagues. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and you do have 90 seconds remaining. Correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The Democrat Party, with help from the dishonest media, used the Epstein files not to seek justice from the victims, but to smear President Trump. And it's sickening, quite sickening. The Democrats have used the Epstein files to distract the American people from the wins President Trump and his administration have delivered for the American people for the last 11 months. I'm proud to work with my Republican colleagues on the House Oversight Committee in coordination with the Justice Department. 65,000 pages of documents are related from Epstein release. What have my Democrat colleagues done? They selectively leaked and altered documents to mislead the American people. As President Trump has stated, we have nothing to hide here. I'm voting to release the files so that we can move on from this smear campaign the Democrats have manufactured. God bless
Gentleman's
Donald J.
time has
Trump.
expired. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. How much time do I have to close?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all of America for tuning in to this. I want to thank Representatives Massey and Khanna, Representative Green, all of those who have insisted upon bringing the truth forward and a reckoning with the reality of one of the worst international child sex trafficking rings ever to exist in the United States and the cover-up attendant to it. We've got the opportunity today to do justice for the victims, for the survivors who have come forward to say that the voice of the victims and the survivors must be put at the very center of our deliberations, not shunted off to the side, not submerged, not subordinated, but put at the very center. We must hear from the people who themselves were victimized by this nightmare. Now, our colleagues across the aisle seem to want to make this into some sort of partisan contest. I haven't heard so much talk about the Democrats since the Democratic National Convention. And all that we've done here is to say we want to bring the truth forward along with a bipartisan group. We don't want the Senate monkeying around with this in order to slow things down. We want it passed in the Senate. We want it signed. And before that, if the president is true to his word and he wants to see all of this come to light, he can release it now instead of fighting, kicking, and screaming every step along the way. But I'm glad he's changed his mind, and I hope he maintains the momentum he's got to stick with the vast majority of the American people who want to see that the truth is done here. And while he's at it, the administration could reconsider their terrible policies, gutting federal offices and programs designed to combat violence against women. The DOJ terminated hundreds of grants to police departments, defunding the police when it comes to investigating violent sex crimes and to support victims. His Doge destroyed programs to combat international human trafficking rings. Let's get back on the side of the women. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you,
is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker Johnson said it right. Why now after 4 years of doing nothing? Because going after President Trump is an obsession with these guys. Best example is John Brennan testified in front of our committee under oath, said he was not involved with the dossier. Only problem is Tulsi Gabbard declassified a report, released that report, and it said exactly the opposite. And she related a story in there where a CIA official went up to Mr. Brennan and said, we shouldn't include this in the report. And John Brennan's response was, yeah, but doesn't it ring true? Forget the facts, forget the truth, go after Trump, put it in. Same dynamic at work here. We're all for protecting innocent victims. We're all for exposing the bad guys who did bad things. But this is an obsession with the left. For 10 years, it's going after President Trump. So vote yes. Make sure the bad guys are held accountable. We all want to do that. Speaker Johnson's right. I think it's going to be unanimous. But understand what they're doing, because they had 4 years and didn't do a darn thing. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4405? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without
Can I request a
objection,
recorded vote, Mr.
the
Speaker?
gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yeah, I'm requesting a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Maryland has requested a recorded vote. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules will be followed by 5-minute votes on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, adoption of House Resolution 879 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 878. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 427, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the horrors of socialism, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the export of import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109, to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia and for other purposes
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.